We live, and it has the right name.
Hello, hello. How are we doing today? Oh, another day. Um, anybody? If you're on YouTube, hit like. Yeah, everyone had a good. Sounds like.
I'm gonna deafen on Discord so I can listen to the stream for a sec.
Second left. Tag in the max score. Yep. Continue on.
Yeah, there's a something because I can hear me in the stream really well, but your voice is sort of in and out, in and out, in and out. And somebody's at my door. I'll be right back.
Is that better? Hold on. Let me look at OBS and just make sure. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Huh. Okay. I turned my gain up. Maybe that it was not registering. I was recording earlier. My gain settings for actual recording are a lot lower than live. So it might have just been my gain was down, and that wasn't enough to register the auto. Woo! Look at that. It only took us, what, 3 minutes to be up and running. I know. Technical genius over here. I don't know why I don't go into computer engineering or something clever.
Figured it out?
Yeah, it was just my gain at the input there was too low to trigger the
Oh.
auto mic or whatever, I guess. Or you know how it listens to activate or whatever.
Yep. The gate we set up.
Mm-hmm. When I'm recording, my it really blows out if I don't keep that stuff low. It is bizarro. Okie dokie. How are we doing, guys? Everyone have a good week? Anyone have any nice mug? Oh, yes. It was so funny. The first day I got it, I dropped it. And so, you know, that rubber stuff, you fix things, you know, you mix it up and make. So I fixed most of the handles there, but I fixed the handle with it. And it's held up awesome. Wow, Shin, that's awesome. Congratulations. It's nice to have an amazing week. All right. So let's hop into this real quick. Miko, you're here, right?
Hello.
Hello, how are we doing, sir?
Fine.
Good. All right, so let's look at this turbine. See, at least you get the over and under dynamic a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it looks great. Yeah, good. You twisted the torso a bit. Awesome. Yeah, that's good. Fix the leg. That's pretty much all I see. Was that all? Is that where we were at? Just fixing the leg, the turbine, and
Yeah, and boots.
yeah.
And saddle with small moving things.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, it looks great. All right, my friend. Looks like you kicked this one in the bones.
I just continued to send it until it was done.
It's like, we'll get that sucker tuned in eventually. No, it looks great.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. You did a good job here. Yeah, there's nothing really glaring out. Well, except for... No, totally kidding. No. You're like, no, don't say that. I could have sworn that was the last run. All right. I'd say you're good to go on this one, my friend. It looks great.
Nice. I have a limited number of words that I know. So.
Very, very cool. All right. Do you have any questions on this one? Are we going to move to your new one?
No, I have no questions. All your comments were very clear and useful. And
Awesome.
I understand the
Good.
motivation.
Yeah, no, it just takes a little tuning. You know what I mean? It's just that handful of things that, you know, taking that step from a good model to a tuned model, you know what I mean? Where you're like, oh, it's those little extra, just those tiny little extra things that really step the work up. And yeah, it looks great. All right, let's look at this other guy here. I think this is it, right? Yep.
There's a reference image for that.
Yes, it's more likely a style reference image than an attempt to make a copy.
Nice. It's funny because this fits your sculpting style well. This illustration style fits your sculpting style. Because sort of like this stuff with the face that you have,
Mm-hmm.
you know, this isn't a stretch for what you do already. You know what I mean? You have that surrealistic plain stuff that you do. You know what I mean? And I think this style ties in really nicely with what you do. And I think this is, you know, really on its way to being beautiful. The beard's love, or the mustache is lovely. Obviously work in progress. So, you know, I mean, what you have going on here is awesome. It really looks good, and it ties into the illustration style nicely. I would just make sure to carry, you know, this level of abstraction into the rest, because if you notice, the illustration is brows and all that are done this way as well. And I'm just assuming you're not there yet, you know.
Yes, I tried to get some style reference on the model and then to expand it across it.
So I love where you're going with it. I think, sorry guys, I can't type and I have no idea what my keyboard is, so I'm always looking for my keyboard. It's like, what are you doing? So when you get to the hands, it looks like the hands are a little more blown out. I know you're not there yet, obviously. But like these hands are very realistic. you know, where your hands. Did OBS just crash out?
I see you on the stream.
Super weird. I guess it just reduced, but when that left, I was like, no. So if you look at, like, you know, it's sort of like creature hands, and I know that you're, like I said, I know you're not there yet, but make sure to definitely do the same thing that you're doing with the face to the hands. And, you know, you can see there's a lot of distorted tension, right? You know, where you're changing the shape of the hand to give it more of that scoopy sort of bat wingy kind of thing. I think that that'll help some, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I know that you just race to get something in here. Now, I would say this, and here I don't see one swirly return, right? I think that these, I don't, oh, it isn't. There's no. I think that, hold on, let's see if we can. That's real quick. So if you look, the fabric is fabric, right?
Sorry that I interrupt you. There is a kind of issue that I wanted to ask you about it.
Okay.
This guy has a very flowy fabric with texture.
Mm-hmm.
And the final model is supposed to be posed on the price in the size of up to 7 centimeters. And I thought that I can rework the fabric in the way that I avoid trying to place that geometric texture, because I cannot find the original one, and I will need to make up something. And
Sure.
instead of this, I made this
Okay.
flourishes Dumno, trying to unite some air style with a
Sure.
general fabric.
Yeah. No, if you're pulling in your own style, wonderful. Then, like I said, we don't even need to talk about it because it is there. I would just be very clear about it being. So before I would do these swirls and stuff, like you have them, I would probably. Is this it? Duplicate. I would lower it. And it looks like you did some of that. And I'm not saying what you have here is wrong and you should go back. Right. I'm just showing you how I would probably approach it.
I'm ready to go back.
Slightly different. You have good rhythm for most of it. Stronger. And it looks like you did this. So you're probably going to be like, well, that's what I did, you big weenie. But I know Switching to lasso is probably easier. I never do for some reason. I think it's called I'm lazy.
Traditions. Just a tradition.
Right? You know, it's like, yeah, well, why would you use lasso? It seems so easy. I'm just going to treat my sleeves slightly differently because those are where the folds would start to break down or break apart. You know, that's a... So I would just really make sure that these, before I started doing swirls and solution, like finding those ends, I would just make really sure that, you know, it still sort of makes sense as a garment, right? Because it is a garment. And so just make sure your initial rhythm sort of ties into what the fabric would be doing, right? So we know that you're going to start from the center back. It's going to come away from the collar because the collar is where all your wrinkles are going to initiate because it's the smallest part of the garment, right? And so I would just start there with the concept of what is the garment going to do? And I would come in and just start to define these as big block sections. Okay, that's one spiral. Or that's one division, right? So this is probably going to come up. It's going to go under that a little. That's where you're getting that scoop. That's going to do that. So now we know that these are two high points. So we know that this intrinsically is going to be something sort of doing that, right? It's not just flat. There'll be folding over. And so we're starting to define what our transitions are going to be. Okay, so that's that. And it looks like that's coming in and there. That's coming there. That looks, put that one behind. But it comes over because you're kind of tying it in there. Wherever this breaks in. Kind of diving into that. Start coming here. So yet again, we have this. So now this is sort of probably doing that, but you can see that is a scoop, which it is. And just figure out what these base shapes are doing in mass or in volume, right? Because the only way you're going to get a scoop there is if that's coming under it. And, you know, start to get this form to look like a garment first. So you know what's happening with the fabric. And then you can transform that into your forms, right? Because you're like, okay, well, if this is a piece of fabric, this, you know, you're like, okay, well, now, you know, it makes sense that feasibly that could be a return. If that's doing that, you know, you can figure out sort of where these moments can happen and still feel like fabric, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I would just go through and think about it as fabric first. Get your layer block in so your levels are doing stuff, you know, like I always say, things that are going over, things are going under are going under. And just like with hair, if you do that block out first, where you're getting things in levels and steps, break it into smaller, break it into smaller, break it into smaller, do your little wispy detail thereafter. And I think that that's going to give you something that's telling both stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would just say work a little bit with these base forms and get them to make sense sort of as a garment first. And then that will provide the natural places for those to happen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I missed the feel of the fabric.
Well, I think that, I mean, with it being fabric, right? If it's just, like, if you'll notice any really good fantasy illustrations or something, and it's like something going into fog or something turning into fire, you always get at least probably like the collar line, and then like maybe the cuff line, or there's an underseam line, something that is actually tied to actual garment, because we see these things every day, right? So you want to give it just enough vocabulary for it to register as what it is, and then you're abstracting that actuality. And I think that gives you a narrative in the part that allows you to go surreal, right, or hyper real or fantasy, and still has its anchors in reality. And that way, when your brain just looks at it, you're like, yeah, oh, I see what it is. It's not a cloud. It's not a lightning storm. It's a cape that's turning into a lightning storm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want it to be winds and a lightning storm, then what you do is you remove all references to fabric, right? You break all the rules, and then it's a cloud. It's not a garment, if that makes sense. No?
I understand what I have to do. I will do, and it will look better.
You're like, I don't know about you. I think you're just saying stuff now.
Cool stuff. All is very nice.
All right, let's. But like sleeves, right? This is, actually coming up. That can be a scoop. That's doing that. Just get it to be fabric before you start abstracting it, and then you don't run into weird places where you're like, well, it kind of looks, it doesn't. You know what I mean? At least it makes sense as a garment. Hey, Kermit. I think that's where I would go with that. All right, so let's turn that off. We can just delete. No one needs to see that. No one needs to see that. So let's hide it. No, you're definitely on task. Because you're still early into this, so I would make sure that I know that once again you're early into this, but make sure that his rib cage is kind of clocking that way, right? He's tilting. Make sure that your abdomen is twisting with that torso, because he's raising this arm, right? So you're getting a little contrapposto here. So make sure your abdominal information is going along with that concept of the contrapposto. Okay. Backface. I hate that I saved that with backface masking. It kills me. Just think about what's going on there. And once again here, his torso is very presentational and flat, right? This is where I'd probably Just given. And here, let's. It's okay. Let's do it to the whole. It's just easier. Not taper. Twist. Oh. Fire delete or. And then it's really annoying. I really can't see my keyboard. I'm pathetic. Tomas, you don't know your short keys without looking at. No, I don't. I'm tragic when it comes to keyboard.
You need an intern to
Well,
keep your keyboard and give you when you need it.
oh my god. Normally I have my Space Mouse set up, but when we moved and I put it on the new machine, I don't have my presets. And I've kind of been racing to get some things done, so I haven't bothered with my presets, and I suffer every day. Where I should just sit down and spend an hour and get my presets sorted out, but I'm just like, no, I haven't done it. I'm an idiot. All right. Boop. Boop. Accept. And I know I've completely here. Let's. But I would definitely, instead of sort of the same way with the horse, you know, it was very square. I would come back in and work this pose just a little bit, because see now how this shoulder's back, that's giving a twist to the torso, which then allows for the abs, you know, to kind of have the S curve here, where they're coming back this way. And you are getting a little bit more twist to that torso, if that makes sense. And just see how it's more dynamic, right? He's moving as opposed to he's square, right?
Mm-hmm.
So give that torso a twist, and that'll give you a little bit more of the contrapposto and get a little bit more motion into him. I think those are the big things to start with. He's definitely getting it. I mean, it's a good start for sure. Can't wait to see it next week.
Thank you very much. I understand. I will work on this and on some other things that hope to send it again next week.
Awesome. Look forward to it. Right. That was a good start. Those are awesome. Who's next?
Let's do OG Mitch next. Olga.
Okay. So my quick saves aren't like a million polys every 30 minutes. No, that's not it. This is it. Is she here?
She was.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Yep.
hello. There she is. All right. Get rid of the stand quick. Yep, you got the travel there. Everyone's like, Tomas, stop looking up her skirt. I think that. This hand.
Yeah, hand
It's
was
too
the big
small.
issue.
I think it's just too small. Ridiculous. All right. I think that hand just got too small. I still think that thumb's broken. Like, there's nothing that I can naturally do to get that thumb to be parallel without breaking it. So I still think you might need to roll, even if it's just fine. Make me switch to lasso, see how you are. But do you see what I mean? How the just it's up here, and I can't get my hand. Really? So let's look at this. I think that is the place. So, light cables in my way. I'm falling apart here, guys. Okay. Okay. So up around. A little far out. Actually. And when you do your bending, don't let it get flat, right? Because these are actually bulging more because the meat's closing. They don't get flat. They get more bulgy. I think point is more. You see what I mean? The angle of the thumb. I think that's more your issue.
Mhm.
I think, and I think the hand was maybe a touch small. But it might have just been small because it's kind of crunched and twisted out of the way. Yeah, because here it looks fine. So what I would do is just make sure your thumb's in the right place. Right, I think the thumb is a little too far out this way. You may want to go into your Z modeler skeleton and just pose the Z modeler hand skeleton and just make sure, because it has constraints, right? And that way you'll see how these sort of slide together. Because, yeah, the thumb's just a little bit out of place. It's not much. Maybe something like that. See, on this side, your proportions are pretty okay. But on this side, something weird's happening. Get that back just for a second. You see what I mean? Um, like the shape, that shape is sort of missing. Like this is too far up. Do you see what I mean? You've got it sort of here, so the shape of your hand right now is sort of doing that. So on the back, it's right. I think you just sculpted this little detail off, which also means that, here, let's do that. Insert. Mm-hmm. You see what I mean? how the hand sort of shifted position. And in all reality, your fingers sort of moved up. Because these aren't straight across, right? So this is actually starting down. Right, this is actually starting down here. This is starting a little here. And so you can see that your pinky cruised up and around, right, your joints up here and the end of the hands there. But you see you have the distance right because your pinky should be ending here and then the end of the hands there. So these are the same measurement. It's just starting in the wrong place. So what you did from the back, you got it right. But then instead of cocking the hand to get the pinky to reach, you just sort of push the back side of the hand up to get the pinky to reach, right? So instead of cocking the hand, see your hand's fairly straight. So instead of what are we doing? Are we crashing? It's thinking. I don't know what it was thinking about, but it was thinking hard. And that's also why you have to bend your thumb out of shape. Oops. That's why your thumb has to twist up and around, because in all reality, to hold the staff, your wrist would twist. And that brings the pinky closer, right? Because the front of your hand has to match that angle if you're going to hold it tight. And you can see that if we take your pinky and move this down to here, if we move that down to where it's sort of supposed to be, right, because your knuckles aren't straight across, that pulls that down. And now you don't have to do that. And now the thumb is in a more naturalized position because it doesn't have to twist up to hold that in, if that makes sense. I think that's the issue.
Yeah, it's really has sense.
Yeah, it's funny. I was like,
Mhm.
your continuation of the wrinkles is good. See how it makes more sense if it's going through both sides?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it looks good. Wrinkles are looking good. Your armpits are looking much better. Here's good. Your flame is looking more flamey.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I think if you fix that hand, that's really going to be close. It looks great. Yeah, I like it. You have any questions? Where we're at?
No questions. Thank you for help.
No,
Very
of
much.
course. No, I think it looks really wonderful.
Oh, I like it too.
Yeah. Me too. Awesome.
Ready for the next one?
I think so.
David.
David. my quick save folder is huge because of all these quick saves. All right. Okay. Never mind. Let's just start. Your fat's nice. It's lovely. I mean, you really have the feeling that it's fat, you know. You're getting a nice belly roll of this stuff. How you're using your brush strokes to imply subcutaneous texture is nice. I'm assuming you put more time in texture of the wing flaps. I think it looks great. I would still come in and I would definitely make these intersections sharper. Just because these are actually penetration. So just make sure that it's clear that those are penetrating, because you have so many different kinds of wrinkles here that if you don't clarify that as a transition, I think I get lost in the flappiness of what's going on. And I think here around the ankles, once again, I think I would make these a little bit more dramatic and just make sure they're a little more flappy, because that's being pressed down by the chain. So I would say that these are probably going to be more dramatic. Your anatomy is actually, it's really, and then obviously this is an A pose, I guess, but I would definitely, give it some twist and stuff when you're at it. If it's for rendering, beautiful. If you're going to print it, you are going to have to come back through and I would save this model, because of the texture and stuff as you have it, and it'll render lovely. But if you plan to print it, you are going to need to come back in and at least punch some of these details, in the sense of very much get these things a little bit separated and off, because you're going to lose, good. And if you're using a good printer, you're going to lose anywhere between 3 and 8% detail. So you're going to want to make sure that these things are just a little bit more defined, that they punch a little more. And that's going to help in printing, because it looks like it's you know, it's a nice, interesting, fun kind of Barlow-esque model, which would be, you know, be a beautiful object, I think. So if you do plan to come out, just make sure to come back in and kick up, you know, some of that layer detail. Because like I said, your anatomy's tight. Like here. You know, just make sure that the penetrations penetrate. And you may want this fat tissue to kind of fill in just a little more where you have, where this isn't quite so muscular a transition, because your muscularity loses its fatness right here. And this is a place that we gain fat. And you have it here where you're implying that fold. But I think that this gets pretty darn muscular. And I know that, you know, we don't often get fat in our calves. And you have sort of the layering kind of implied back here. I just think I might lump up this fat or the thigh area because this is so defined. It's sort of breaking your line a little. I think that this crease right here is very muscular. So I would try to get some of that lump in here. So you're breaking that muscle line there. And is this supposed to be a muscle or is this supposed to be pinching from these? Define what this is. If it's a muscle or a fold. If it's a fold, make sure it's coming out of that. If it's a muscle, have it going, excuse me, have it being more in line with what the musculature is doing. Is this sort of how it's a little triangle? It makes it look like a fabric fold instead of a muscle fold. And when you come in here, I think this is another place you could use twist just a touch, because a lot of the stuff is the same thickness and the same height. So getting a little bit of separation with twist out of it will sort of help define some of the separation. And I'm not I know this isn't stylistically the same because I'm not blending it, but just coming in and punching these just a touch so you have some visible separation from the different layers of what's going on there. That'll give it more depth. And it'll separate some of this stuff out so it doesn't just turn into a mud lump. Not that it's a mud lump, I'm just saying it will protect it from becoming one. Right, it just crisps some of that out. Yeah, no. Other than that, that's demented and lovely. All right, looks good.
Cool, cool. Up next is Shin.
So Trina, Van, hello. And I don't even know what you're talking
You're right, you don't.
about. Hey. What goes on when I'm not looking? Hall monitor. Stop running in the halls. Four more, right?
Yeah, that's what I have right now. 2 from Shin, Verdant, and then Trina. Verdant. Names is hard.
I know, right? I'm always like, I'm sorry I'm mangling your name, but I assure you, I'm mangling your name. Don't feel bad. Everyone calls me Thomas, so. Oh, no, cancel. But one of those is EPR? Ah, yes. Turkey roast is a EPR. Will you convert that for me while I look at these other three?
Sure.
So we are looking at. Oh, yeah. All right. I'd say you might want to get these two fingers at least curled around it. Because at this point, unless he just has like Shaq's grip, it's going to fall out of his hand. I would make these prouder. You know, if they are, I mean, when you have something this big and this is its like, you know, icon, it's probably going to be, you know, half the size up as one of these. If that makes sense. Let's symmetrical. Good. On you. Looking for buttons that don't exist. Mm-hmm. And then because this is such a sculptural object, I wouldn't chance on the dimensionality here. Don't just leave it as an illustration. Give it dimensionality. It makes it a bunch better. A bunch is an official amount. It's a little more than 3 millimeters.
Makes it 3 millimeters better.
Yes. About 3.
I believe it.
I love it when the mesh has a wave to it and you're like trying to make it straight and it's just like, it's not going to happen. I mean, just see how much more dynamic that is than that, and that's even raised up, right? So I would make those more dramatic because he's not subtle, you know. Now, is this for rendering or is this for a print?
I don't know that this person is here.
Okay. For rendering,
I thought I did know, but I was wrong.
for rendering, you know, you're going to have no problems. It is what it is. If you plan to print it like for a miniature or something, all this airspace is going to give you hella grief. So, you know, finding a way to fill in the backs Also, I think with the hammer, you know, you have this lovely sort of iron texture on it. I think on the hammer faces at least. Oh, it's noise. Surface, noise, diminish. So after you apply the noise, I would probably come in and flatten out your faces, because if you have that much texture on a face, he's not using his hammer much, right? Give it some places where it's been beat down, because these are the striking surfaces. So make sure it feels like they've been hit, you know? And I would probably just come by and, especially when you're using noise, it applies it to everything. Come back in and just, any of these proud surfaces, I would kind of knock down some. And then it'll give you a, hey, this has been used feeling, as opposed to someone just applied noise to something. Right. The pose is nice. I like the dynamics of the book. Once again, I would say that here again, I know that you have like one foot in front of the other, but if we look at this, this thing is square. So, you know, getting it, you know, make it where, here, do we have just a torso in there? Or is it all parts? Duplicate. Hide everybody. So if you look, your torso is still basically in your A pose, right? I mean, there's no rotation on your hips or your shoulders. You have a slight foot forward, but everyone is there. Where, you know, if it, and yet again, this is not a lesson in posing. I'm not saying my posing is good here. I'm just talking about positioning. Line of sight, right? He's reading his book. And that might make you twist the whole thing a little bit more center. And you got that. So you may Right, so you're getting a little bit more contrapposto in the pose. This makes the book the more important issue, right? It's open and it's flapping, so you're assuming that he's actively interacting with the book and he's just holding the hammer. This allows you to take the hammer. And so now you can, oh, I wasn't, I'm just merging everything down. You do need to stick to the one thing you actually want merged down. There we go. There you are. That allows this to become a little bit more dynamic positioning. Maybe that a little, because the book's probably pretty. There's a book. There's the book. Yeah, I made it a little high. You distinctly want to see his face and torso, so. You're all next to each other. This book. Nope, that's on. And obviously, you can make it more dramatic, but this becomes at least, I would obviously change his legs a little, but that gives you like where there's an action happening, right? He's holding the book, he's reading out of the book, he's casting a spell, whatever he's doing. Where if we have this guy, see how he's just straight and presentational? And because this hand's here and this hand's here, he's not prepping with the hammer. He's not really hanging. It's just kind of sitting there, and the book's kind of sitting there, and he's sort of looking at the book. So I would just choose an action, I guess, and make sure he's doing that action, and that gives intentionality to the pose and the character, and that way you don't just have a presentational sort of, hey, look, I posed my A-frame. Right? If that makes any sense. Hopefully it does. Yeah. I mean, it looks great. I would just be a little bit more dramatic in the pose. And I'd probably even give him a little bit more intentionality with it, drop that hammer back a little bit more so there's some really nice contrapposto going on. Yeah, looks good.
You ready to move on to a new file?
I think so. I mean, are there any things that you were like, hey, Tomas, why didn't you mention he has 3 left arms?
No, this person is here. So if they have any questions,
Who's this person? Roxy?
no, this person is Vedant. So here's a funny story. You loaded in 3 files. 2 of them are by Jin. One of them is by Vedant. I said Jin is next, and so you had a 2/3 chance of getting it right, and you still picked the wrong file.
Sorry. Why did I go to that one?
Who knows why you do what you do?
I don't. That's for sure. All right, let's deal with our furry spider guy here. Awesome. Okay. Looking good. Make your abs. Don't just cut lines in them. You've done all this lovely muscle work, and then you came down here and you just cut a line in it. What are you doing? All right. So abs are not just lines. Know that. Looks similar to all your other muscle work. It has texture. It's doing something. Don't just cut lines in there. And if you're going to do this detailed of a fur story here, find someplace else to find a texture that has some kind of detail. Because if it's just the head, it's going to look like it's not done, right? But if you find, let's say, like some of this is fur, just find someplace else for him to have a little bit of texture detail that's in the same vein. Because it looks like you're trying to get some texture going on here. Just make sure that you tune it up to this level at least you know, let's say on the elbows and the knees, right? Or something like that, where you just have a carry on of that kind of detail level. You could also really come in and maybe tune out the hands where, you know, this tendon stuff becomes sharper. Just someplace else where you're selling me that level of detail.
The fur isn't done. It's going to go all the way around.
Okay, then that's going to solve that issue. Yeah, no, I think he's looking really cool. Lazy on the abs. Yeah, I look forward to seeing it with the fur. That's really gonna, I mean, your anatomy's cleaning up and tightening up. It's looking good. And I can see that you're putting in fur texture. So yeah, I look forward to seeing the next step, because you're definitely getting there. You might think about maybe, and this, like I said, this is not the solution, but just something to think about. Think about maybe making the center maybe a place where you're getting like a spinal and then it's fading back and in, or something here where you have a transition of anatomy in here. Because I think this shape and then this shape and then this shape are all really similar. And I just want to see something that breaks that up just a touch. Just so your anatomy shifts just a little bit, just so it's not, because once again, these are, you know, these transitions are tricky. How are they happening? What's going on? And if you did something that broke one of these up from the other, I think it's going to give you, your eye, a little bit of rest. And it's going to give you something else to look at there. Because those three shapes are just real consistent. And I know skeletons or scorpions, spiders don't have vertebrae, but I think something like that will help you bind these forms together. But you see what I mean? It allows the eye to travel past those V's. Yep. I don't know if you're going to last and get your, there are only a couple more. It's not like we normally have like 15 of people in line. All right.
Ready?
Is this Trina? Labeled
Nope.
Shin? Or is that Shin's second model?
Jin second model.
Do I even have Trina's model?
That's the one that was a ZPR that we had to convert.
Oh. Okay. See here, you didn't just cut lines in. These dive in. They finish very flat, and there are actually 2 layers of them. I know this is fantasy, so you can say, Tomas, I wanted them to be that way. Fine. But remember, there are 2 layers of them. They kind of do, they're sort of like a these attach to a certain rib set and these attach to the next rib set. So you sort of have this, and it's going on back here. And then these are prouder. So you sort of get that going on. It's not just one straight thing. But once again, fantasy anatomy, you can do what you want. But don't have them just end out there, because these are still, even if it's fantasy, they're still attaching to the rib, right? And then they're bulking, but this is connective tissue on the ends of these. They're not, you know, if you're bulking or, you know, you're flexing, you can get them to look like you know, you can get them to, oh my God, you can get them to bulk, but they're still ending in a point, right? Because that's what the connective tissue is. So don't end those, have them dive into the body. Is that a secondary pec muscle? I'd probably sort of what's filling that space. It's just strides back there. And then these kind of fill here. Because there isn't really anything connective right there. It's like a hole that connects. And then your lap is filling that up and in. This is lovely. It's nice. Once again, don't cut these in. They're going under. So have them go under. These are intersections, not grooves. To get that going in the right direction. And then you're getting that trench because that's happening. What did it? Oh, that's bad. And you're getting that because that's doing that. And these are sort of doing that. I know they're going straighter, and then that's going between those. And that's how you're getting those creases. It's not just cut in, it goes under, it doesn't cut off. I think because you made the eye cavity so big, it looks like you're crushing the lower jaw. It's funny, from the side it doesn't look weird. It's got baby jaw. And once again, it's fantasy. It's not, you know. But your jaw has no arm. Right? The jawbone sort of does that. And so you straighten that, and it sort of makes the, I always call it, so baby skulls You know, there is no chin. There's none of that. It's all squished up. And you can see, though, that even from the front, you know, you're not getting that jawline. And, like I said, fantasy, it doesn't have to be there. But what it does is it makes the face look, it makes the head look too small because you're not getting that chin length. Yeah, see, you're not cutting these off, so just be, and you've done a good job with this stuff looking like it's going over and under as opposed to just cutting it off. So reevaluate that intersection. And think about baby jaw. Any questions? You just squished it. Because the rest of, like from the side, it looks, you know, from the side, the top of the skull looks good. You just didn't continue the jawbone down, right? That's where there's airspace there. But no, it's looking pretty cool. I did two faces. See how that gives some room there for that to be. Right up.
Cheers.
Woohoo!
You ready to download some more?
Yep. If they don't have any questions. Yep. So we have DVNO, Fernando, Reno, and Benit.
Yep.
No more baby jaw. Is that down? There. All right. So we have.
Wait, did you need to some ZPRs that you need?
They're
Or
coming.
were those old ones? Okay.
Oh. There.
There we are.
What's an FBX?
It's like a model commonly used for animation. It's like an STL, but with
It'll
more.
it'll import an FBX.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And you're in a zip.
Yeah. Did I just delete what I just unzipped? Luckily, we're quick, right?
That we are.
So, did I close my Pixologic?
Close like the browser tab?
No, I didn't. I went to. Sorry. Jesus. Yeah. Okay. Well, open. And then we. See you right at the end. Everything I'm supposed to import.
No idea. See what happens.
Have you seen, if you're talking about retopology, have you seen the retopology tool extract? Shane showed me this the other day. Easy remesh. This is a pretty cool tool. It uses polygroup it, but how it reorganizes the mesh is really tight. And it does really nice job. I threw it through some really complex remeshing, and it's a very, very cool tool. So you might want to look at that if you're doing remeshing in a different program. Shane's been using this a lot now, so something to look at. All right, so who's first?
Trina. Which is
Trina.
turkey dinner.
It is turkey dinner.
And Wilfred had a question. How do I apply my anatomical studies to sculpting?
Well, most to create a crochet or the visual muscle models, that is the here, hold on, I think tools, that's right. This, where's Ryan? This is the classic and traditional way to learn anatomy and sculpting. And it is where you create every muscle and you put it on, you do the skeleton, and then you literally add each individual muscle group, right? And that's how every sculpting, like I've had 3 different sculpting classes that made me make one of these, Now we were doing it in clay, but um, it's much easier now. You could do mirror and only do 1/2. But this is the fastest, easiest way to learn your anatomy and learn your muscles and everything. So if that's what you mean, creating a, how do you pronounce it? I think it's a crochet. Is that what you're talking about? But Ryan's is a very good one. Ryan's really skilled with anatomy. Like you even have stuff stuffed up in there. You got garlic cloves and that's lovely. So I think what I would say is painting. Obviously, this is on blue, so you're painting. What I would say is even with the turkey, turkeys are not symmetrical. You just cook this bad boy. Symmetry up. You know, sculpt and symmetry, that's fine. But I would, without a question, come in. Thought I just turned symmetry off. Come in. Take that in, move it down. First, let's just give it a little twist. Delete. A little bit. Mm-hmm. You know, just break it up a little. And that's going to give you a lot more realism, right? Because how often does your turkey ever stay perfect? You pick it up, like that half falls off, and this leg is up here. And then the other thing I would be real careful of is you have an amazing onion because your onion produces all the same size slices. So really you took a radish and sliced it. So if you're going to do something like this, I would take and the other thing is they're all pretty flat, right? I would take a ball. Bring it over here. Sphere. Get it to your onion size. Where are you? What am I doing? Oh, I don't have to accept it. Hmm. Why are you not slicing? Make them different thicknesses, group split, and then auto group split. So now you have a series of slices that are different. I think we get this close hole. And then I would probably then come in here. And break these up a little. That's how often do your rings stay together? Let's dive. That's real quick. And then like blow a hole out of the center of some of them. But I wouldn't just scratch lines in them. I would like make them actually just. And now that's going to read a little bit more like an onion. And I would just take one of the rings out every once in a while, right? Just so they're not all the same. Also, you know, just lose then so it's not always a perfect circle. And then just do it for each one all the way down, right? And now you have different sizes. So that's important, I think, because otherwise they're just all the same tool. I would do it with the potatoes as well. I'd make like 4 different potatoes, twist them so they're not all the same potato. They're different shapes because our brain recognizes the same shape. It'll just recognize it. So try to break them up. Yeah, I think that's really the key, is really making everything different. And then that way you're losing, because you spent a lot of time sculpting it. And, you know, these are just, I mean, they're just the same item, you know. And I would make the potatoes, just go in with the move tool, line 10 of them up, go in with the move tool, just bump them so they have different shapes, and then duplicate them and change the sizes. And then you can just rotate it. It looks like something different. Yep. I think that's your main problem, is just repetition. It's funny. Also, your bone texture is going to be I guess that's the overcooked connective tissue. Never mind. Or the cooked connective tissue. All right. Are they here?
Yep.
Is that okay? Yeah, I think in something like this, it's just you don't want the texture to become monotonous, or it won't read well. Yeah, it's cool though. Of course.
Ready for the next one?
Yep.
DVNO. It's the FBX.
That is this one. It came in as, I think this is it, is it not?
I have no way of knowing, but I believe you.
I think this is. Very Zeusy. The stylized anatomy looks great. It's nice. It has good rhythm. I like it. He'll never be able to take off his own t-shirt. He won't be able to touch his head. That's one of my favorite things about bodybuilders is that they can't get their t-shirts off because they can't reach their collar. My aunt dated a bodybuilder for a while, and it was one of my favorite things in the world because he would always make fun of me because I'm not a bodybuilder. And, you know, when you're popped up and doing a lot of lifting, you get very judgmental on people you're trying to poke in the eye. And he would always ride my butt. He'd always just say, you should do just some sit-ups and blah, 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 and this and that. And I was riding bikes, so I had big calves and thighs, but I was like a stick up top. And he'd be like, oh, you know, you should do some upper body work. And I was like, yeah, here, look, I'm going to do my upper body work. And I'd take off my t-shirt. I was like, can you do that? That gave me great pleasure. I think because these are so defined and we're not getting the line in here, right? So what this looks like is his head's too big and he has no neck. I know bodybuilders have no necks. But I think that if you're taking, because the beard, let's take off the beard. Nope, he just has a really wide jaw. So, so his torso is a wee short if you're going for foreheads to the groin. I think you can give him a. It's always hard because when these are so bulky, it's hard to get your neckline, but look. Let me see if I'm completely out of my mind. See, there's still bulk in here. Even when see how these are coming out. And even here, you can see the line is like this. It's not like this. So these muscles are bulking as well. And it's giving him a neckline. And once you make this look but you see how from back here it gives him a little bit more of a neck. So I'd come back in and reevaluate your sternocleidomastoid and figure out what is happening there, just so he doesn't have, you know, because just those two lines going in, because that is a muscle, it's not just a tendon. So if you're spending all this time and energy getting your, you know, this much bulk, this isn't just going to be a crescent there. And here, this looks a little bit more realistic, where this is so stylized. That might also be something that's drawing me in there, or drawing my eye to it. That the bodybuilding. I mean, look at how monstrous that muscle is. And I know he's... I just don't. Man, even on the rock, I mean, look at how big that muscle is. Does that make sense? Yeah, I would just go back and look at some of these guys. And you can see, boom, 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 right. You're getting the three there. Because if we look at this, boom. How is it that I can never find it in my little... camera? It's taking its time today, isn't it? Come on, buddy. Right, there's plenty of room for that to bulk. And then, let's see if I... So remember, it's not just the sternocleidomastoid. You have this that's going over it, and that's giving you like a little rise in here when that's all bulked. Here's some of these. So this here is so this is bulking. But this is going over, and this gives you like these weird little tension lines in here. So you sort of get these 3 extension points. So you get the bulk of the sternocleidomastoid, and it inserts. And then this going over kind of makes this look like you get another insertion here and then one here. So it's not just one line. You kind of get this, and then you're left. Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, his head's a little wide, but to be fair, you know, the bodybuilders, I mean, you know, when you're that radically, I mean, look at how big these jaw muscles get. You know, I don't know, have you seen the guy who bites on like a ball, you know, this thing that's meant to build his jaw muscles? And it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Let's see. I mean, dude, stop. But there's a guy who yeah, actually, I think that's him. Yeah, look at that. No, that doesn't make you look sexier, dude. That's great. So, if he's a lunatic bodybuilding thing, then, and honestly, you know, if you look, you know, it's not that bad. I mean, it's a little pudgy, but with the beard, you know, it's, I think maybe. I think you could thin it up a little. Because he has a sharp silhouette, and then he sort of had a pie face. So I think you could trim down his face a touch. You see what I mean? It makes him a little bit sharper. And then, yeah, fill this out. And then you sort of that sort of fill. And see, at least now he sort of has a neck. And you can decide how big you want that to be, obviously. And I think that honestly, you could probably give him just a little bit more separation there.
They asked if they should try to make the front silhouette of the face sharper.
I mean, I would make it, if you're sticking with the stylized feel, I think that you could, that was a little too much actually. I think I would definitely take it to the planes that you have going on, because right now you have a fairly realistic I think you could get it up just a touch, just to get the ability to see this muscle happening. And with the beard being that wide, you might want to get right, 'cause yeah, I mean, you have this so nice and faceted, you could easily turn this into the same sort of feel. Right. It looks good. I think that just look at that sternocleidomastoid and the, what is it, patalysis or something like that. Memory for anatomy is pathetic. I used to know it all. Back when I was young. Right, see, at least then it feels a little bit more in tune with your body. Just keep the facial details and the body details in the same vocabulary. And I think, yeah, pulling it in just a little helped a lot. Yeah. Any other questions? Right? That good old math.
They'd like you to look at the legs. They're very unsure about them.
I mean, I like them. They look stylized and nice. I think that you might. Like your torso's a touch short. It probably is a little lower. Because if you're like 1, 2, I have dynamic on. Let's see if I can turn dynamic off for a second. Oh, interesting. Did I not turn it off? There it is. So now, nope. You annoying bugger. I thought there was a way to. Oh, that's lazy Nezumi. That you can slide the head links. Well, let's just do one. So that's one head link. 2, 3, 4. See, you're just a little short in the torso. And so the short in the torso, I think, is cramping the upper thigh. Right. In a heroic proportion, 8 head lengths. I think that comes to touch, which brings your knees down, which makes that all. But the muscles, I mean, you know, within your stylization, the muscles look fine. You know, this is overly dramatic, but I mean, I do that a lot too. I punch that curve a lot. In to out. So there's a lumpy muscle that does that, and that's what really kicks that in. You did get a little stylized with the lower legs from the back. Like, you know, this is all in the right position. But in the front, you're missing this muscle. And I think that might be what's giving you that trench right there. Because there's this calf muscle. And then there's one that comes in below it. And then there's a muscle that kind of crosses over the top of the bone. And that's what really accentuates this curve feeling, is that muscle. Let's look. Now see, this isn't bulked. I love this program, but sadly, it doesn't give you muscle mass. So you don't really understand that this muscle right here gets quite large, especially if you're bodybuilding. Right, sort of does that. You get that. And then this muscle crossing over here, this can get really big. And that's what's giving you that sort of crossover feel. Because when this bulks, it really feels big. Like from cycling, this muscle on me is big. And it's hard muscle to develop because it's from tilting your foot forward and pulling. So it's a weird thing to do. But I think that what you're missing there is you just have this going like this, and then this coming like this. I think you're going to see that muscle is changing that silhouette. This thing bulks too. Let's go do. I need a caliper. Okay, I didn't say every gross cyclist legs. But here's a good example actually of what I'm talking about. So bulk, bulk. So there's that shape. A little bit of bulk there, a little bit of bulk there, and then the connective tissue starts pretty high. But even here, he's not overly developed. But this curve is really from that muscle crossing over. It accentuates the curve of the leg. You have the calf muscle coming in here, and then there's this lump, and that goes down to the ankle. You can really see it there, that it's not just this first calf muscle, it's that under calf muscle that really changes the silhouette of the leg at that point, where you just have it scooping, right? You're missing sort of this fill in right here. If you don't shave your legs and you hit the ground, you're going to cry a lot. That's ridiculous. Look at that. Holy friggin' Hannah, dude. Madness. Human body gets wacky. So just, I think that I think this is the only place that it's really sort of off. Silhouette. And then you just had that scoop. And so there's a filler there, and that kind of does that. That does that. The bone is only slightly curved, but it's these muscles that really make it look curved because that's going around. And then you have, so just right. So I think you may want to just relook your calves just a touch. I know I ballooned them out. I'm not saying that's right. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're trying to do, like, I'm correcting anatomy in the sense of real anatomy, right? But a lot of these are stylized, and I mean, you can make calf muscles look like that, and you know what? You're like, whoa, he has 3 calf muscles. And I'm like, all right, But, there's a lot of anatomy out there that's just off. So it tends to be a major topic of discussion when people are turning in figures instead of jewelry. Yeah, the hips are, you lost, the problem is you lost like that much crotch depth, and so that pushed all this stuff up. It pushed the waist up, and so think about your rib cage, right? Your rib cage is actually sort of doing that. Your abs, and your groin. So it's a little high. Now I did drag it down some, but and by your torso being short, it made your calves, it put your calves or your thighs sort of in the wrong place. And bodybuilders have weird old thin waists. It's crazy. So yeah, it's looking good. Something a little forward too. I mean, remember that your ankle and your ear should sort of be in a straight line, because it's the base of your spine and your ankle. because you want to be the center of gravity. So just remember that he's probably standing a wee bit more like that. Right, because just drag him over here. You can see my ears roughly in line with my ankle. I always use my frame as a linear test. I'm like, okay, yeah, those are level. That's level. Right? Because we hang from that joint, from that intersection of your neck. So this intersection of your neck should be dead center of your body line. So that's also something to think. Yep, looks great. Any questions? Yeah, I like real anatomy with a sprinkle of, fantasy too, but with any abstraction, you need to know what's right before you can abstract it, because otherwise you make silly things. I mean, I don't know, for all of you who watch, how many times do we go over armpits, right? Because, most people, have the armpit ending like that, right? It's not, the bicep isn't coming up and in. So that's armpits are one of the most commonly missculpted things. And when you missculpt it, it actually drags the shoulder blade out here, or the shoulder bone out here, and people wind up with really wide shoulders. And, when you're starting to do heroic or big, bulky figures, their shoulders do get bigger, but they don't change position. The muscles just get bigger, right? And so the second you drag them out here, well, that makes your arm hang like that. And well, that gives you this big gap right here. There's no one who has a gap right there. No one. Because these muscles cross over up and in there. There's no way to get a gap right there. So if you can see through someone's armpit, it's because the shoulder blades are the shoulder bones are too far out. These are just dislocated from the rib cage. So, yeah, they're really common anatomy issues because people are thinking about silhouettes. They're not thinking about the anatomy. And then they try to correct the anatomy to fit the silhouette. And you wind up with, weirdo looking things. I mean, even if you look at something like Devil Man, gosh, I can't remember his name. The guy who did Devil Man, he has a waist like this big and his shoulders are this big, but his anatomy is in the right place. Where's the from the front? Yeah, I mean, even something like this, right? I mean, look at how big he is, right? And it looks like, he has this overblown shoulder area, but it's connecting correctly, right? I mean, that's going in, that's there. And if you look at the front, these are actually going up and filling that space. So yes, he has a fantasy anatomy, but its connectivity is right. And that's the big thing, is the connectivity being right. See, on this one, honestly, his shoulder's in the wrong place, Because his arms are just hanging. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The bicep is connecting up, and that brings the shoulder blade out here, or the shoulder bone here. Where the shoulder bone's in, these can still bulk. It just means it's just the angle of connectivity See, these are just tubes hanging down. And with Devilman, or things that are blown out like this, you can see that well, that's a toy. It has to do that. There's a really, really wonderful sculpt of him just from the front. Can't think of who did it. It's like one of my favorite sculpts of. Can't find. You know, even here where it's completely blown out of proportion, but if you look, your connectivity is correct. See, the bicep is actually going up and under those and attaching where it should be. I love the hands sculpt. This is sexy sculpt. And see here, this is another exactly what I'm talking about. So the other one had these biceps connecting like this, right? These are going up and in. So no matter how much you distort this, and even if he has a waist that's like this big, this makes sense, right? It's going up, under, and attaching. And it's those little things that make you really go, man, why is it weird, right? See, that is going up, in, and attaching. Right? And so, yeah, just having that little bit of anatomy knowledge is going to keep you from making, you know, something just look like it's, you know, just hanging out. The arms are disassociated and just hanging out. I love Devilman. It's so weird. All right. Any questions? Yeah, armpits. Armpits are one of my big pet peeves. Disjointed shoulders that lead to weird armpits is really where a lot of it comes from. Because like I said, when people are doing bulky things, they tend to want that wider silhouette, but they don't bring the connection out. Well, this is a beautiful example of it. I mean, it's nice. And, you know, let's look at, you know, if we actually look up in here, rotate from here. Nope, it's going to rotate on its own axis. No, let me go to, well, this will work. The veins or the nerves, right? There is nothing here. This is going up and connecting up in here. This is connecting over there. That connects under this muscle, right? That's actually going under. Like I said, this makes the muscles a little flaccid, but you have that going under the deltoid. Bicep comes up and under and connects up in here. Your lat connects there. And then, you know, it's your serratus. So really, this is open. There is no connective tissue in that armpit. It's all attaching to the rib and the shoulder blade and the shoulder bone. So, you know, here, let's hide our pecs real quick. Right? Look, there's nothing in there. See, that's attaching up right by the scapula, right, to the tip of your scapula. I just said it, and then my brain went, right? And then your lower pec is attaching to the scapula. Those are attaching all the way back here to the top of this bone. So they're not just coming straight up into the arm. They're actually crossing up and over and into the body. So, you know, it's, but look, there's nothing in here, you know, doing this, nothing in here doing that. You have the pec that crosses over this way. The delt crosses over this way. That happens there, and there's a lat there that prevents you from being able to see through the armpit. Right? You know, there's just no way to see through the armpit because there's a lat there. So this is a good, you know, he has his connections right here. It's good. All right. It is not my favorite thing to mention. It's one of the things that people get wrong all the time. I would prefer not to talk about armpits all the time.
That's what I meant.
Uh-huh. You snarky bastard. You didn't know I was going to look over there, did you? All right.
I never knew.
All right. Oh,
Next
yeah.
one.
Hold on. Those of you on YouTube, hit like and subscribe. It's really important. It's good for us. And then also there is Nightbot just mentioned it, but everyone sign up for the ZBrush Summit Sculpt Off. It's held a little differently this time, and it should be a lot of fun. So partake in it. I guess I am doing it on, well, I don't know if it's necessarily the Sculpt Off. It's something we're doing with the streamers, but we're supposed to be doing it Monday. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so who is next?
Do you want? There's 2 models left. If you have Jin's loaded, will you check his armpits real quick? He's very concerned, or she. I assume he.
Is it this one? No, can't be
There's
that one.
2 of them.
Well, this one's armpits. It's not fair because you really can't have a lat that does what it does. You can see that you do have these here, and so this is sort of how you have the stylized lat that isn't filling the armpit. But I mean, this is fantasy anatomy, so it doesn't necessarily make me crazy that that's not there, you know, because it changes your silhouette completely, and it also changes your anatomy and how it's interacting, right? Because if your lat is there, right, it's connecting kind of up in here, but you have the stylization, right? So that no, your pecs are wider than your lats at that point. You see what I mean? Like, your fantasy anatomy here is
I think we went over their armpits when they first made this.
Yeah.
Because the first time we saw it, the second pair of arms wasn't attached.
Right.
Do you have the model that is the skull?
I'm looking for it.
It's probably just a jaw. Yeah, there it is.
Wait. Oh, jaw. All right, so what's funny is your bicep is pointing in the right direction, and your head things here sort of made me not see the lat. See how you are? You brought my attention to it. See, it's obviously not my favorite thing to talk about. I didn't ride his ass on this one. But see here again, this is stylized anatomy. So you don't really have a lat that's bulky here, right? You've turned this into a filleted back, right? So within this anatomical context of stylized anatomy, you know, there is no bulking lat here. This is sort of the flat muscle tissue. But, you know, and it's funny because you're still at the right angle to have the correct connectivity. But normally what you have is that being a little more proud, right? That's coming in, going over the serratus. There's nothing there. This is riding right along with the rib cage. Right, that lat is actually deeper, but that's coming around as such. And that's filling in. That's connecting in front of it. But see, your angle's correct. You know, it's not radically off. Yeah. Yeah. I brought that too far. You know, that's Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. So it's the quadfecta of the armpit, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. But like I said, this is, weirdo anemic anatomy. And you could do that and still have this back. Right. But like I said, you have bizarro anatomy, so it's not something that right. All right, so who is next? Did that is
Fernando. That answered the question.
Fernando?
Fernando.
Do we know which one Fernando is?
Body tool. That's all I know.
Yeah. I think so. Right. Well, she's naked. Where you're at looks nice. And I mean, you're obviously in progress, so you can say Tomas, duh. But the one thing that when people start building things like this, there are two things that I'll always talk about. You do anatomy, you talk about straps, Tomas. That's all you ever talk about. Make sure, and I know that work in progress, obviously, make sure these things make sense as attachments. Right? Make sure they're actually attaching in some format or another. If it's going behind, make sure that this line right here, oops, did I turn dynamic off? Okay, see this, see, that's what happened. There we go. Make sure that the edge of that tool, right, this one, the front part, and this back part, make sure that these actually intersect and it is the same thickness as that tool, right? Because that tells me that that's going behind that. That tells me you're a lazy modeler, right? So just make sure that, and like this, make sure that they're actually touching. And I see that things are all over the place. I get it, work in progress. But things like this is one of my pet peeves, and work in progress, get it? But when you're thinking about this, just make sure that all of these straps make exact sense. And that is, okay, that's going under. Do not allow these things to cross. Get them over and under. And this isn't right. Make sure that it's touching, it makes sense, and it's in the right place.
They scaled down the inner piece and the straps got disconnected.
Yeah.
and
No,
things happened.
I mean, I can tell that it's that, but I mean, I can tell that there was a change and things are like, you know, this is obviously where these used to be. So, I mean, I understand. And if you're going to have very clean, very tight base mesh or ZModeler anatomy, or more like CAD, and not anatomy, but construction, right? Where like the buckles are very square, the bolts are very bolty, and the screw heads actually have Phillips heads. You know, if it's that kind of CAD-ish model, make sure that you come in and tighten your fabric up so it appears to be on the same detail level. So don't have really, really loose fabric and very, very tight, very, very tight hardware, because it just looks like you didn't do them in the same program, or it looks, you know, it just, I think you know what I'm saying. So, because like if this is a sculpted flap and this is a CAD flap, you know, this looks soft, this doesn't. So just make sure that your detail, your sculpted detail and your created detail, I guess, or, you know, you're using ZModeler to create hard surface modeling. Just make sure the detail matches. And yet again, I mean, I do understand that it's, you know, work in progress. So. But your forms are cool. I mean, your fabric looks nice. If this is attaching through the fabric, think about how the fabric is pulling, because chances are this is going to become the center of the pool, and it's going to pull around the arm. Right, if this is your anchor and it's attached, instead of your wrinkles going this way, your wrinkles are probably going to go, you know, that anchor becomes the center of the fabric pool. I don't know if that attaches there. So, you know, that might be a completely erroneous comment, but just think about it. The gray scheme of weight. Of course. I'll give you plenty of feedback on hard surface. Engine. If we look at the, is that mech wings? No, I see. Probably mech suit. like a Harley stack. Looking really nice. I mean, you have this lovely, like, sort of motorcycle bike frame thing going on here. I would probably, and you've signified these anchors. That anchor is not actually anchoring to anything. I don't know if you're going to run a pipe through it or whatever, but these are like mounting posts, so I would mount something there. And the other thing I would probably do is almost have this in the opposite direction, in the sense of move. What's that? Z? No, that's okay. Move from X. I would probably have something come over and I know I'm not talking making that organic. I'm just saying I would have this rig probably come up here higher. And then that way you could get a moment of some sort of attachment to this, whether it be from the front, you know, where you're including this front part in this frame. So you're attaching all of this. I mean, this has a lot of weight on it, and it appears to be just a, like, this is a shell. This doesn't move. So I would probably, you know, maybe have a mount going this way, and then, you know, a mount there. So you're attaching this to your frame because you have this, you know, really nice external frame feel, and you kind of got it going over there. Or did I do that? I think you... Yeah, so you sort of have it attaching here to this. But you've established sort of these contact points. I would give that a contact point, and I would follow the angle of that and give this a contact point, and probably one back here. Because if you think about how much weight that is, and if it's the dealing with the torsion and torque of your arms, you know, you may want something going on there. I would say be careful about your patterns. If it is hard surface, that's going to be a grill, and that's going to be smooth, or, you know, you're not going to have it blend like that. That right there is the number one way of breaking your hard surface myth or your hard surface story, right? Here, I would say either make these distinct layers or make them a distinct separation. Either these are separate, and I know I'm being melodramatic. Either they're separate and they're keying together. If they're keying together, how are they keying together? Or is it something that is just make it. All right. Or is it something that's coming out and that's a plate sitting on top of that, right? Hoses or not? Don't get lazy and soft on the sub stuff. Make sure it's tight, especially if you're using this kind of stuff where it's going. Now you may divide this up and make it a little bit more sculptural, but if you're going to have stuff that's really hard surface and stuff that is sculptural, I'd go back and make everything sculptural or everything really hard surface, because you don't want it to look like it was done in two different programs. You want it to feel like it's the same object. This is probably another really nice opportunity to create a cool intersection or a cool jointing system. Because right now, all of this is being supported off of this here is the only thing that even connected to that. So this is floating, it's not connected to anything yet. Yeah, once again, because you have this external, you've established sort of this external, it's like a motorcycle frame. Carry it around the bottom. Or, make it a frame, have it attached at the top and the bottom, because if you're using that as your structural frame that you're attaching everything to, these won't be floating, right? I mean, think about a motorcycle and how things attach, right? I think these end pretty flat. I'd probably try to come up with something that is a surface, that's that, something in there just so you don't have this free floating thing. Probably, if this is going to tilt, maybe have a mount there. All I know is she's going to burn her hair off the first time she flies. That's all really hot metal, I bet. That looks good. I would say it looks like it's sitting a little low, like the weight of it. I think that because right now this is the bulk of the weight and it is below her scapula, so she's not actually, and I know it's all mounted together, but like I feel like that's I feel like that almost wants to move up into that position. Yeah, that's nice work. Looks great.
Using Maya.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, I think, I feel like you're working from silhouette here. You're getting like the feel and the flow of everything. I mean, it's not, it's not bad. It's not all over the place. It's just, I just think that, it looks like you're working on this like this, right? You're like, okay, I got this nice mechanism. I got it going. It's pretty cool. I like where it's going. But you're not thinking about how it's being worn, right? Because, I mean, look at that. This thing, the bulk weight of this is right here. I mean, these are heavy, but that doesn't even help because they're attached and they're hanging back out here, so they're not even acting as a counterbalance, right? All this is dragging right there. And I know it's a mech. It's going to have counterbalancing and stuff, but even if you look at the great mech designs, right? Most of them get thin about the waist. They get up here, you know, you get sort of that silhouette. You know, they have a big, strong support system here. But you'll very rarely see like a droopy diaper, right? You know, he's like this. And, you know, the feel of this is almost, you know, like a droopy diaper. God, you're a jerk. Someone just turned off. See, someone's using the microwave. Pray that we don't blow up. But yes, I mean, you know, that's the first connection for the mass of the wave. I think you could take this whole part, kind of bring it up. This is, I always get it wrong. Is it sword soft or soft sword?
Sword soft.
Okay. It's soft sword.
It's the opposite to what you want it to be.
But you know, anytime I think it's the right one, then I'm like, I double guess myself, no matter what it is. So. Yeah.
And
When
it's screening. Yeah. Sword soft screening.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I should make a button on my stream.
Mousetrack. Is screening part of Mousetrack?
No, they have 3 products: layout, screening, and Mousetrack.
I guess it's Mouse.
Oh, it's Mousetrack. Forget that link I just put in there. I will put a different link.
I didn't even know there was a different one. I wonder what it does. See, yeah, actually, I think that all this is too low. Because, I mean, look at where her elbow is, and look at how far down this is. And I understand you've brought it back up here, but, you know, her range of motion, you know, is like down and out here. Where if you think about, you know, where you're most, it's kind of with your arms bent, you're up here, right? As opposed to down here and you're steering down. I think ergonomically speaking, she probably wants her arms to be a bit more up. Bring that cylinder up there. And I just think that's a better silhouette. You got a poopy diaper. All right. Any questions? Nope. Okay.
Oh.
Who's next? Beneath?
Beneath. Do you have that model?
Hmm?
Cool.
I'm assuming this is it.
I think so.
It's so close. Just a little bit. Oh, I have infinite X on. Just remember, your shoulders aren't out of place. But remember that this is coming in and connecting like up in here. So you're just missing this part right here. Right? This side feels pretty close to right. This side's just coming in and it's returning right there. So you're implying that it's connecting. And see, you don't have to invent that little hump there because this is going up and in. It's a subtle angle. Let's say your nipples, and once again, you know, the world's a strange place, but I think that your nipples are just a little too far out. And I might have moved, so you're like, your delts just have a little bit more bulk in here. This. And that. This doesn't come all the way around. This is connective here. I keep pushing shift, trying to get it locked to front. Right, see that muscle connects sort of behind the pubis. It's actually connecting on the bottom of it. So there's a little bit more of a, like this is coming up in here. There's a little bit more of a dent right there. Right. Remember, they do come to point. And that's what's giving you intersection. Have symmetry on. Normally I do this without symmetry. So you can see what's going on. It's not, they go over and under. They don't cut in. Right? So just make sure that layers, they're not cut in. Good. Looks good. Very nice. That's two. There's head, looks, see his side. Should still be a little bit of a scoop. So his face is odd, but I think it's because his head, he has no back of a skull. So a skull really is two different shapes. You have sort of the ball and then the front of the head. Right, there's a ball and then the face. and you've made this an oval, and this the skull really is shaped like this, and then you have a like a bulge, right? And so what you're sort of missing here is this. Let's mask off its ear. And the eyes may be a little big, like the face might be a little big. Let's see. Because that's where this curve comes from. Is that you can see this behind it. And so you see how that changes the shape of the head dramatically. So if, I think your face is just too big, because it looks okay from the side, but I don't have the golden ratio phi matrix. That's your head. Yeah. Yeah, I think just much intensity. Yeah. But see, your head's pretty close to the right size, but see the difference? Little. Looking good though. I mean, it's a really nice anatomical study. I think, little persnickety things. Get the bicep pointing in the right direction. Follow that out a little. And give him a normal size face. Your face is just too big. All right.
There is one more.
Do I have it downloaded?
I don't believe you have it.
And yeah, double checking. He's leaning a little forward. But that's okay. Unmask his ears. Stop it. I like when it remembers things. Okay. Nice. Oh, yes. All right. So I think I would probably give this just a little. Whoa, business. I think I would give this a little bit more tension in here, just so it feels like it is actually attached to that in corner. I like to use inflate on this. Hold down Alt, and it gives you a really nice sort of nice soft stretchy thing. And obviously I would do these each one by hand. I wouldn't use symmetry like I'm doing right now because they shouldn't look the same. But that'll give you a little bit more of that feeling of tension there. I'm assuming this is supposed to be attached to that corner. Is Francis here? Is it Francis? Yep, Francis.
I do not know.
Interesting. So I think I would probably get these set up first where there's actual tension in the surface.
Yes, they are here.
Right on. Get your scoop in there. And then you can have that direction. That's sort of just scooping along the intersection here.
I'm not sure we're going to have an answer for this, but Frankie, the creator of this, asked if I had those flat to do those types of folds using normal maps and displacement maps in Substance Painter, would that suffice, or would it be better to sculpt those in manually? Assuming they want to animate this.
Well, I mean, size being an issue, you know, having it be like a texture map, you know, in a lot of ways you can't tell the difference sometimes if it's a good texture map, you know. I might use that as a if like see I would never use that because I have no foundation and it doesn't make any sense to me. But you could definitely do that. I, being a sculptor, would say sculpt it, right? Because you're going to be able to really define the fabric of how it's intersecting here. And why I did this is because I want to be able to go back to the body here. And I'm just going to project it. Because that's the intersection of the body and the curve. And I'm going to want to figure out how these tension curves come up onto the body, right? Like how this intersection is happening. And I don't know if you're going to be able to find a displacement map that's going to make that make sense. You might, you know. But, you know, let's say to a carpenter, everything, or to a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So to a sculptor in a sculpting program, I'd say sculpt, but I also hand sculpt snake scales and things like that. So, you know, there are definitely, you know, other solutions that are a bit more, you know, WYSIWYG as opposed to sculpting it in. But yeah, I'd figure out how this is attaching and make some decisions about that. But I'd like to see, and made this a little small. I think I'd like to see a little more tension in the surfaces, because it's almost like a thin latex thing that's been sucked in. So it's touching the body here, and then it's not touching the body up there. So it looks like one of those little suction beds. I don't know if you've ever seen or been in one of those, but what they look like. Yeah, like you're starting to get some interesting connection stuff here. You know, I would just make sure that there's, you know, you got to figure, okay, it's attached by a bolt or something, right? So just figure out what that tension pattern is. You know, just map it out, and then that way you can, yeah. Because I think that, you know, what you have going here is nice. And what's nice is this can be soft and sort of abstract. This is what's selling the connection. Right. Your anatomy's nice, big, weird, and creepy. You know, I think the thing that I would work on in getting tight is just these. I think at the end of the day, these intersections are what's going to sell this piece, because that's giving us because, you know, once again, the anatomy is surrealistic. So, you know, it's fine. I mean, I'd say, you know, this is going under one of these as opposed to kind of going along or whatever. You know, there's an intersection here that feels like it got soft. This is under tension, but it feels like it got a little lumpy. I think the height of that is in the, you know, there's weird little anatomical stuff, but honestly, it's weird. You know, you're not shooting for real anatomy. So I would just say make sure that where things are going over, they're going over, and where things are going under, they're going under. So don't cut it in. Make them layers that are intersecting, and it's just more convincing. Right? So, you know, the anatomy isn't what this piece is about. It's about the box. So I would spend a lot of time trying to figure these things out and make them look like some weird stretch leather or latex or something like that. Right. And I know this is latex, but it's right. It's these intersections that are really showing you that there's tension in that. And this is sort of the feel that I'm getting from that. Except your frame's up, so you have more. That's pinch, so it'll pinch flat. But if it were built around the box, you'd get a lot more of those wrinkles coming down to that connection. Right?
Right.
Yeah, it was like, I did that, and right when I hit enter, I was like, oh, that could be a really bad search right now. You should have searched.
I wasn't looking at the stream, and I looked over and I saw what you had Googled, and I was mortified.
Yeah, I was like, I might have should have done that first, but I don't think there was anything wrong there. Latex vacuum bed is what I.
No, don't encourage this search.
Well, you should search it.
Oh, well. Yes. But Frankie didn't ask the question.
Oh. No, I'm supportive. I try not to tear people apart. Every once in a while you get someone who, well, I don't do it on Pixologic stream. On my stream, I can be mean to people who are wankers, but yeah. Did I type in vacuum? I hope everyone understands I can't type, right? Is that common knowledge? That I have to look at my keyboard to find shift key.
He's always in caps lock. He can't type.
Oh yeah,
And
no.
he can't sculpt hands.
Oh,
I
I
go
am
around
so
here
gonna
to know
kill
these
you.
three-
Okay, you know what?
These are 3 facts that all
I am
reviewers
so
have.
going to sculpt some hands this week. I'm finally gonna do it. See how you are, traitor. All right. We're gonna have a hand sculpt off here soon, buddy. All right.
No, I never said I could sculpt them.
So what do we have
That's
going
it.
on?
We have a Tengu beer stein, I believe, to work on.
I believe we did. Let me see if I can find it. All right. Let's do this. Project. I think his face is too big if we're going to include a beard. Change my desktop. It's Tengu style. Boop. Oh man, the snarky crowd.
No, just Raython. And me.
Got bit by a mosquito. My back is just scratching.
That's what you get for leaving the house.
I know, right? Mosquitoes.
Oof. Throw in. What is that star doing?
Just had to get rid of it. All right. So I think our face is too big.
Do you still have Miko's? No, you just opened a new ZPR.
I did. Why? What's up?
Miko said, could you ask Tomas to look at the cloth of that new work in progress guy? I forgot to ask, did you mean to separate the plane to larger planes and then make a lot of smaller waves like on the original picture?
No. I think that you can make it. your sort of swirly thing going down. I just think that you need to think about it in blocks first that make sense as a garment, right? So, if this is, let's say this is the shoulder, right? I know it's coming over the shoulder. It's coming over the shoulder. I know that it's coming over the shoulder. I know that we have something there because it's going to pinch around that neckline, right? And all I'm saying is think about what's actually going on with, if it were a garment, what's happening with that garment first. And then, you can make these, your little, like a swirly intersection. But it should feel like it's a garment, sort of, I think, especially around the neckline, because that's sort of where it's sitting, that's where it's contacting the body. So I'm just saying, think of it in big planes first and figure out what your shape and form is, right? It's like, okay, well, this is coming out like that. That's coming out like that. What that means that this is going to be something that's doing this, because you can't have two forms that aren't connecting if you're getting the shape, right? That's going to be a scoop. Right, because if you have fabric and it's bending over one another and you got this, now you can come back and turn this into something that's doing that, and then you just sort of adjust for that by it being such, that is curving, and that'll give you a little facet there, right? Just thinking about, as a piece of fabric, what would it do first? And then you can turn any of these into whatever stylized thing you want. But if it's sort of making sense as fabric, it's going to read as a garment. Yeah. But that this series of curves is going to sit in front of this series of curves, because that's kind of what you got going on. Yeah.
Yeah. We almost went Cthulhu mug on this side. So his face is too big.
Symmetry on. Symmetry on. Alright. Y. Local. Okay. And anyone feel absolutely free to interrupt this. So much is that can do on the Stein?
I'm going to guess at least 130.
Oh yeah. Unless we can coerce someone into making them affordably.
No.
I don't know.
I'm going to demand a real pewter lid to it.
Munkenstein has real pewter lids.
I know. I don't remember it being cheap though.
I think it kickstarted at like $60 or something like that, wasn't it? It wasn't that expensive.
I didn't get mine off Kickstarter. I don't know.
Oh, you didn't get it on Kickstarter?
Mm.
No, then it might have been substantially more.
Let's see.
Oh, it turned mirror off. Why is
Grim Reaper, yeah, 67, 75. Here's the one that I have. 60. Oh, you're totally right.
Yeah, I didn't think they were that expensive.
Alright.
If they were that expensive, I wouldn't have bought it. I surely wouldn't have bought 2 of them.
It doesn't have a nose that's just as long as the width of the cup, though.
Where do you stand?
It's going to add some cost.
No, it's going to be almost free. The problem is I think we're going to have to order like 11 million of them.
Oh, for sure.
I think there's, hey, will you make 3 of these? Big old Tengu ear.
I don't think we can sell 11 million of them. Maybe
11.
2 dozen.
All I know is we do it, we're going to make Juan buy like 8 of them.
Yep. This is all his fault.
Yeah, this is totally his fault, actually. Okay, I might have talked about Steins a couple times, but he definitely got me excited about the concept of creating Stein.
Does topology generally matter when you do a freehand sculpt? Like, is there any importance to it if you're just going to print it or do a static render?
If you're going to print it, it's incredibly important. But I think that now with some of the remeshing tools that are out there, between what is that? I just talked about it. What is it? Easy Remesh? Is that what it was called?
I believe so.
Between Easy Remesh and Joe's tools, what is that? So much ZBrush. There's some tools that make the process of remeshing much easier. And what's funny is that they're using the tools that are within ZBrush. It's not like I mean, a lot of them are polygroup it, and then uh, and then project Dynamesh, reproject, or Dynamesh, Z-remesh, reproject, and it's a process I teach a lot. It's a big part of my process because remeshing every time you lose control of your geometry is so important. There aren't even really words to express it. But that being said, I mean, if you're just doing, like you see a lot of 1 hour sculpts on blah, 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 no. For printing, it's very important though, because if you have a sloppy crapo mesh, you're going to spend hours trying to get it to work. I make really good tight meshes, and sometimes they don't want to work. They're like, nope, not happening. And you're like, what? So,
but it's different. Like the mesh management is still important, but for a very different reason when you're printing.
Right. Because you can wind up with a crappy mesh and you're going to be doomed. So here's the difference. When you were Z-remeshing for animation or something like that, where's that? It's a perfect example. Easy. Yeah. So like when you hear people talking about remeshing, this is really what most of them are talking about. And that is breaking it up for animation, right? So they're looking for controlled loops and stuff, so you can animate the eyebrows and animate this and that. This is not what I'm talking about when I talk about Z-remeshing or remeshing. I'll use this exact same tool, but I'm trying to achieve very different things. Like often I'll Z-remesh, and let's say on the back side of something, I'll remove as much geometry from the back as I can, and then, I'll put geometry where I know I'm going to have a lot of detail. And so, like a lot of people edge loop and things like that, you can't do that for what we're doing because that takes all of your sculpting geometry and jams it up onto the edges, and that's worthless if you're trying to sculpt, right? So that's why creasing is awesome. So we're not trying for this. We're trying to control where the geometry is so I have a more optimum sculpting experience, because I have to have detail where I need it, right? So, if you have a jacket that's flat, that's going to be painted, that has no detail, but you want every eyelash or every hair in sorry, I just got a bank note. Been having joys with banks. You need a lot more geometry in the eyebrow than you do on the jacket. I also always want to sculpt with a quad model at the end of the day, because I can have subdivision levels and I can have broad subdivision levels. I usually want at least 7, if not 9 subdivision levels. So, and that's so I have control over my my cleanup and my smoothing and being able to pose and move stuff. So it's a slightly different concept of what or how to use geometry, but it's very important that you control your geometry. Very, very important. answer the question. Yeah, it's so much better to work in quads because you can actually control what's going on. So like this model has, no, I have higher res. And this is another thing. A lot of people are like, oh, well, Tomas, like I have 30 million polys in this model, right? And I'll do a lot of this at 30 million polys only because I can come back in and change it. Right? Because a lot of people are like, oh, you know, I sculpt in high resolution and I can never get anything smooth. I can never finish it. And that's because things like this, right? I have backface masking on with 30 million polys, which means when I start doing this, I get these cracks. And like you try to smooth this out. Look, I have smooth stronger, right? So I'm actually smoothing harder than most smoothing, and I'll never get that out. All I'm doing is smoothing the surface. I'm not changing any of the structure, right? It literally is just smoothing that little top bit off. So if I want to change the structure, I just lower my res. And I can lower my res all the way down here and do really big changes. And then bring it up. And bring it up. And so I've just changed the structure of that dramatically. So when you have high res models that have multiple subdivision levels, we have 8 here or 9? We have 9. We're on 6. There are two things that you're doing. There's smoothing, and then there is relaxing your mesh, and they're different. This is smoothing, right? Here, I'm going to come up to a higher res. And so smoothing, or, okay, this is my definitions of these. Smoothing isn't changing the substructure. It's just removing surface texture, right? So you can see I have these like sort of strokey, hairy lines, and then I have this structure. You can see at 30 million polys, I can smooth off that surface, but I'm not changing the substructure of the mesh. Now this is awesome when all you want to do is get rid of some of your stroke textures, right? But you don't actually want to change the structure of your mesh. But I can then also come in and say, oh, you know, I really need to do this. Now, I don't have to go all the way down. I'm going to go just down 2 subdivision levels. So I was at 9 and now I'm at 7. And you can see that I'm not changing a huge amount of my structure, right? See, I'm not losing some of these dents, but I'm now smoothing more shapes off without really distorting my mesh. And I can sit there and work on a spot and really get it sort of, you know, where I need it to. And I can sit here and grind on this and kind of get it down, but you can see I'm not really ever going to get that dent out, right? Well, let's drop down to 6. Well, now I can start getting rid of some of these, but I'm not just blowing my mesh out. Whereas you start to drop lower, and lower, and lower, and lower. Well, here, if I use smooth, I have just like wiped my mesh clean. Right? So with subdivision levels on a quad model, you can get very dramatic smoothing options. Right? You can see I've just completely changed the shape of my face. Right? You've made it pointier. I can come back in here and give it a jawline. And so we've just changed this thing dramatically. And then I can come back up. And now I can go back into smoothing, where I'm not changing the shape of the model. I'm just changing the surface details. The other thing that this really allows you to do is
here's a question that I think fits into what you're about to say. Doesn't going back and forth between subdivision levels wash away our higher resolution details?
So, just what I was about to say. So I've spent a ton of time getting all this little texture, right? Ooh, look at us. We're putting so much fine detail texture in here. Ooh, and we took noise. See, how is it I could never get noise? What do I do wrong? Everything.
You could find a video about that.
Yeah, I know exactly where to find a video about it. It's never important enough for me to.
You never remember when there's actually time to look at the videos.
Right. Sorry, I don't know how to use this. So I'm just going to throw a lot of these really fine lines in here. Right? And I'm going to pretend I spent a bunch of time making texture. Such a ton of time making texture. Woo, look at all that texture. So much work. Why is that not symmetrical? Non-symmetrical. Okay. So, right? Lots of very, very tiny lines that could go away. And then we're like, oh, wait a minute. He needs to be smiling. He can't be such a sourpuss. And I've spent all this time putting texture on it. You're like, oh, God. Now the beauty. Lower res. And this is where the lower you can lower it, the better off you are. And I'm going to give me that just so I can see it. And I'm going to come in here. And the key to this is to try to keep, that's why I tend to use Move Elastic, is to try to keep your squares the same size. And so I'm going to take this and I'm going to move this back, and we know that a smiling face kind of does this, and the cheeks come up, and the brow come down, and the chin's going to come up, and this is going to come up. And we're going to spread this back and out. Now you see that this is really distorted, right? So we want to make sure that we're trying to keep these nice and even. Now if you look at this, we've distorted the size of this pretty dramatically. So we're going to go next row up. I'm going to click this and turn it back on so I can see my grid. And I'm just going to try to make these not so stretched out. And of course you're going to get a little stretching because, well, you're stretching. Higher res. You can see I'm starting to get a little bit of distortion and tessellation. I'm just going to take smooth. I'm just going to smooth that out a touch. I'm relaxing the mesh at this point. Anywhere that's getting wonky, I'm just smoothing this out. I'm smoothing this out at a low level, right? And now let's just come all the way back to the top. And you can see that we've made a dramatic change and we didn't really lose our surface texture. So if you have enough subdivision between your detail and your base mesh, or the mesh you're posing, you have plenty of room to retain the detail, and you don't have to go back in and resculpt it. So, no, it doesn't necessarily wash away. It does wonk out masks, though. It can wreak havoc on your poly groups. Does that make sense?
Sounded like it did to me.
Yay, team. Sense is awesome.
I'd prefer it made dollars, but you know, take what we can get.
Right. What a lovely concept. Hey, Henry, keep me talking.
Okay, the important question now, do I need a beard to become a sculptor?
Yes, without a doubt.
I personally think so too.
I think it's an important thing.
Yeah. And that's, you know, irrelevant of gender.
I was just about to say male or female. I think
Right.
it's a beard's an important, because he's sort of a stylized character. What we're going to do is we're going to make a cylinder. Star. A star is born. W. Cylinder. Cylinder. Paper. Stop it.
What you doing?
I'm making a teeth plane.
Ah,
Because, you know, it's pretty stylized. And trying to keep the width of the mouth. Right. So now, project. Now I always have a reference point. Right. Oh. You know what happened there? Can you tell me what happened there?
Nope.
No,
I missed,
can't tell me?
I missed it.
Look, right there.
No. Oh, did you dynamesh?
No.
You got
See, it worked okay there, and then boom. What happened? You should know this.
oh, I don't know. What do you got? Your history brush on or something?
No, I was using project, but I have symmetry on.
Oh yeah.
So see right here, because we're not moving around, it'll sort of work. But the second you go off axis and you use projection, you can get some, well, those didn't cross, but the second it breaks its own plane, it draws everything up to it. It's horrible. It's horrible. Horrible. Okay. But that way, just have a width reference. Yeah. How cartoony do we want them to be?
I would say fairly. I would say whichever style leads to a rounder figure instead of sharp lines is what
Right.
you're going to want to go with.
Something that you can do in ceramic.
Right.
You mean we don't need 25 micron detail?
25 micron round detail is probably fine.
Probably not.
25 micron razor edges? No, not going to work.
Everyone can grow a beard.
I mean, we didn't say you had to grow it either.
It's true. We
You
just
get
said
one
you
off
had to
Amazon.
possess one.
Right. You could go steal Tomas's.
It's not going to do much good. I think you can get a much more impressive example pretty much anywhere. It's just if I don't have a goatee, I look like the Pillsbury Doughboy. It's really unattractive.
And that's the sole reason I have all my facial hair too. I mean, full beard, because if I shave it, I look like a baby. I look like a weird puffy baby.
Oh, he's a baby. All right, one of these days, I know exactly what we have to do. We're going to have a hand sculpting contest, and the loser has to shave.
Got so much more to lose than you, Tomas.
No.
No one's seen my cheeks in 2 decades.
Yeah, it's funny. I shaved my head in 91, and I think the longest my hair's been is maybe 3/4 of an inch. I hate having
Wow.
hair.
I am the polar opposite. My hair is just getting to be past my shoulders, though I do have a haircut scheduled tomorrow because I want to look professional at JCK.
right?
So it's going to be short for the first time in a couple of years.
I loved it because it initially started out once I shaved my head for that show. I was like, oh my God, it's so cheap to be bald. Yeah, those days are over. Razors are so friggin' expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. I was actually on a flight with a guy who was a metal engineer for Gillette.
Oh,
And I told him that I thought he was a liar and that they were just thieves. He was like, he explained to me the metallurgy of razors,
uh-huh.
and we sat and talked about it. And I
Were
think
you
maybe
convinced?
back then that might have been true, but I think now they use aluminum foil on them and charge you $100 for like 30 of them.
Yeah. I mean, at best, it's a pretty generic steel alloy, like 4140 or something.
Yeah, because like he explained their alloys, and it was actually quite fascinating. But I think 25 years ago, I don't remember having to buy razors as much as I do, and all I do is shave my head, like little soft. I don't have like bear hair or anything. I'm like friggin' Aryan youth. I'm like a dough head. People are like, oh, you're bald. I'm like, no, I wish I was. I'd save so much money on razors if I was bald. I think I'm one of like a handful of people on the planet who wishes they'd go bald. I'm like, man, when is it coming? Like, come on already.
Riz says wax it.
Oof. My ex, oh, she was sadistic. So I used to race bicycles, so I had to shave my legs all the time. And she one day decided that she was going to wax my legs. And it's hysterical because so I don't know, like, you take these little strips and you put hot wax on them, and then you put it on your body, right? And then you pull it off, and then you do the next one. Well, Miss Clever, she decided, she knew that like after the first pull, I was going to raise hell and was going to be like, oh, no way. So she did them all. So I had no choice but to completely. I was like, I don't think this is
That's
how
gonna
you
make
do
it so much worse because they're gonna cool.
Oh, yeah, no, she was evil. Oh, yeah. The joys of sadistic people in your life. Oh my God, that was so funny. She was just being a jerk. She succeeded. Yeah, to be fair, it was funny. But I think I was crying laughing most of the time, so it's okay. But holy Hannah, that was brutal. I was just gonna say, never do that. It's a horrible idea. I don't know whoever thought of that. Horrible idea. That sloppy stylus hand tonight, don't I? I'm just getting his face in place, and then we'll put here. Anybody have any? What's going on with it? You think I'm almost done now? Oh my God, I haven't even started. I'm a model fiddler. Like, I will whittle wonk this thing. The days of me trying to race through models are over. Well, I mean, every once in a while I get a freelance gig that I will definitely just kick out, but it's shocking. When I work for money, you'd be shocked how quick I can be. I didn't close my door. Washing dishes. Ask for a call. Going off. We have that fire. In Oregon, we have a big old fire. And the smoke and stuff is just killing me. Killing me.
Are you looking forward to Dune?
To Dune? You know, I kind of am. Only because, I think that they were very conscientious about the design aesthetic, from what I understand, because I know people who worked on it. There was a lot of time and energy spent on the aesthetics and making sure that they were what they wanted them to be. So, it's funny because, I mean, I guess you can screw the story of Dune, but for the most part, it's a pretty, the linear tracking of the story it's a fairly simple story, right? I mean, there's subtle political intrigue and blah, 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 but I think you'd have to work to really pork the story. But I am interested to see what they do with it. I like Frank Herbert. It's funny, I didn't realize how much I liked his very, very early work. But Audible they've now have this thing called Included. And so there's a lot of like novels that are old, and there's a lot of really early like 60s sci-fi. And it's pretty cool because, you get it for free. And I listen to a lot of books. So it's really good for me. But it's fascinating how weird, like things you could never get away with today, right? And seeing how some of the issues were sort of broached, like, there's, gosh, now I can't even think of the name of the guy. There's like some 60s, like it was sort of James Bondy sort of spy novels. And, they were all competing for that Ian Fleming spot, or Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, that kind of thing. But Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, God, I can't think of his. I'm having a bad. The guy who wrote that was actually writing spy novels. James Bond was writing sort of sexploitation spy novels. because he's the worst spy in the world. Let's face it, James Bond, worst spy in the world. First of all, he introduces himself by name. Not very covert, buddy. I mean, everybody knows what he drinks. If you're going to try to take him out, all you have to do is like poison his drink stuff. You know, it just James Bond, not a good spy. But let's face it, you know, they were sort of sexploitation films in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. But I can't believe I can't think of his name. But they had tons of this other author who was just as popular, and wrote these sort of the same genre as 007 spy movies or spy books. And it's so hysterical because, you know, he's right. I think the first one was 61, and then they continue on from there. And, you know, Bond is very misogynistic. And this guy, 61, very typical Bondish book, right? You know, every woman is a sexual target, blah, 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 blah. But as it goes on, he's at least trying to deal with the issues of the changing society. So sexism and racism come up, and he tries to broach it. And it's just absolutely fascinating and hysterical, you know, listening to these things in the context of, you know, Black Lives Matters and Me Too. And, you know, it's just, oh, it's just amazing. And, you know, that's where I think, you know, it's dangerous in some ways to just get rid of literature because, you know, I mean, if it was written in the 1600s, guess what? People didn't have problems with slaves then, and da 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 da. You know, it's like, but there's good stuff there, and it's interesting. I don't know quite how we're going to deal with it, but reading like 60s or listening to a bunch of 60s sci-fi and 60s, it seems like a lot of the stuff is 60s and early 70s right now that they're giving away. But it's awesome. It is so funny. I can't even remember what got me on. Sorry, guys. I got distracted.
Dune somehow got you
Oh,
there.
Dune. So one of the things that they have are a bunch of Frank Herbert's really, really early books. And you can see his world building in the early books. And I'm actually, I like his early sci-fi when he's still, you know, by the time he wrote Dune, he had a really concrete idea of what he was doing. And you can see the origins of it in these early books. Yeah, I was actually quite fond of the early Frank Herbert stuff, which then in turn gave you insight into the world building that he did for Dune. And I got to sculpt one of the Harkonnen thrones for one of the Giger clubs in, I think it was in Tokyo. I can't remember which one it was. But they wanted it resculpt. I don't remember if the molds got damaged or what the deal was, but I got to resculpt the super. It's always fascinating to see what, you know, new people do with stuff that is so, you know, things that I have in my head as very, very clear pictures. Like Lord of the Rings was always a tough one to actually pull off because he was such a visual writer. You know, half of the time is spent describing things that you know, we all had very concrete images of these people in our heads, and you know, it's very easy for it not to match my visual impressions of the characters. I find it hard because I'm a very visual reader, and so often, you know, things don't look what I think they should look like, and that's always a problem. I think they did an okay job with Lord of the Rings. I think The Hobbit sort of turned into a video game. I mean, it was, you know, it's like they might as well just been shooting animatics for the video game, because I like the action was just set up like video games. And
Mm.
I could do with that.
That's the one with the dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. New file.
Mm-hmm.
New file. I'm just telling you. Now I am. I'm thrilled with your Tengu. What is that thing? Stein?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really excited to figure out all the production steps that are going to have to go into producing that nose. The ears are giving me a pause too at this point.
It's going to be great. I'm going to show you, and you're going to go, wow, Tomas, that's incredible.
It's an incredible sculpt. They said there's no way they could make it.
Sure.
They said it'll be $500 per beer stein.
Now, that could be
Because
true.
the failure rate is going to be incredible.
No, I used to do ceramic stuff. And, I mean, it's not no, it's. I mean, if we said we're going to make it out of porcelain, that'd be different. But you know, just, ceramics are actually surprisingly forgiving.
Mhm.
I said that with a straight face. Okay. Maybe didn't Formlab? No, not Formlabs.
Make sure you
Solid.
save your file.
Good point. Didn't Solidscape get bought out by an Italian company that is same open? Save. By a ceramic printer company. I think we should have them print this in this ceramic.
Oh, that'd be great. Did you not get the ceramic material for your Form 2? You print it.
I didn't. I have yet to play with. I don't have a kiln.
I have a kiln. You print it, mail it to me, and I will fire the shattered pieces of what I receive.
I think that the ceramic stuff from Formlabs is a little persnickety.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. Request. Angelic Wolfus Samurai. Maybe we can give it to Formlabs and say, here, print this.
Good luck. this is made to be printed as a miniature,
Okay.
and they have anxiety about submitting
Why?
because you're such a mean,
Nasty.
just a nasty prick. is what they said about you, and I didn't make up on my own.
I can see that. It's a lovely spell.
He's so mean. Jeez. Cool it.
Need the spear thicker. That's good. So, what size miniature? Are you talking about like 32 mil? Or are you talking about like a desktop collector sort of 70 mil range?
Is it already to scale in ZBrush? 32?
Well, this is only 18. This is only 11 millimeters.
So at first they wanted 32, then they ended up printing a collector type desktop.
Sure. So if you want a gaming miniature, I'd make the head bigger. I'd make the hands bigger, right? Just so they show up. It feels, and you know, you probably did this using a body, right? But I would say this hand feels small. You know, this hand you've kind of blown out or, you know, made bigger. But this hand feels small. I would still consider making the head just a little bigger. You've made the eyes larger, which is good. So the first thing your problem is, or is going to be, is getting this castable, right? You have a lot of airspace on a lot of this stuff. And that's going to be your number one issue. So let's lower, oh, you can't lower the resolution. Okay. Or do you have one that is subdivided? Okay. So we were talking about mesh management earlier. This is a number one reason you don't want a 50 million poly Dynamesh. Because I need to start doing stuff to this. Oh, it's not a Dynamesh. You have quad models. I see you just merged them all. Okay, that's not as bad as it seems. Fine, we can deal with that. So first thing I'm going to do is put this in a folder. Hammer. And I am going to group split that. Doesn't look like you've auto grouped everything, so I'm not going to get 100 million chain link. Okay. Group split. It's thick. It is 53 million. But it'll take a second. Yeah, no, I can split them. It's fine. I don't really need every part separated, but we do need a way of dealing with it. Reasonable sections. So is this all one poly group? It is. So let's auto group this and see if this is still different. Uh-oh. Oh. Let's get too bad. This split hidden. This Did that split that up into individual parts? Interesting. I've necessarily seen it do that. All right, so yeah, it doesn't matter because that's under the armor. Ignore me. I have nothing to say about that. Okay, so open this up. Okay, that did blow that. I just need the two torso parts together. Nope, that's armor. All right, so we need to drag. Yeah. So merged it. So we have our main body. Okay. Next, let's turn it. Turn. That's not. What is that? Is that a layer? Oh, reference image. Oh, you actually have planes in there. Fascinating. I forgot that you could even do that. I guess it makes sense. His reference images are on physical planes as opposed to in the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they... Okay, so we have our guy. So now what we have to do is see how you have airspace. You can't have any of that crap, especially on something that's like 70 mil. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to group this guy. Control W. Poor girl. Okay. And those penetrate the surface. So those are going to be fine. And then we're going to split it. Interesting. I think you removed his neck. Mask that. His head's a little low. Um, oops. See. See? Symmetry turn. Sure. Okay. So uh-oh. we have here? I'm just trying to get all these into some polygroups so we can start attacking them. Lessons in masking. Everybody, of course, except for this one ring. All right. So I've just pulled out my basic parts. So we're going to come in here. Oh. Okay. Now we're going to take you, drag you out here. I just dumped that in. Put you in a folder. Okay. And now, excuse me, group split. What is that? Oh, we have a bunch of parts that. It's okay. Ish, fine. We're not trying to get. We're not trying to get this perfect. I just want to kind of what you're dealing with here. So let's start with the shoulders, and let's. Shoulder. All right. So I'm going to go right here, get it sort of straight on. I'm going to go a group front and see how it's turned my back into a separate texture. So now you just got to take this W. You are going to be more careful than I am being at the moment. And you drag the mask off the front. You're going to drag these in, and you can shrink it in some. But you're going to drag it in to the point that there are no more undercuts, right? Okay, that's pretty close. So now you can see that you have no more undercuts. Now, I've Dynamesh this, and then come back here and just sculpt just like a little lip so it appears to have those panels, and just have those cut back just a little. These will be put in molds, so it'll be able to release them. You just can't have the airspace under there. Right? So now, come to this guy. Right. Front. And like I said, you're going to be more careful than I am. Then pinch it. You can see that that was not straight. I think you're getting the idea, right? And you just have to make sure that none of this is hanging over. Now, when you start to get into the ropes and stuff, it gets a little trickier. And what you need to do with this stuff so you have all this rope. Get them onto the same level. Merge down. Merge down. Down. Okay. Dynamesh them. Now, from behind, you're going to take inflate and you're going to fill in these holes so there's no airspace from behind. Look at it from the front and just make sure they're like, you know, little gaping holes and stuff. Just do a quick pass over. So you're filling all that in. Control W. Something you can see. Right. Dynamesh again. And now from behind. Normally I'll take clay fill and just run a path here in clay fill. And that just gives me a cleaner transition when I do what I'm about to do. But you need to put clay backface masking on. All right. I just want this to be slightly more together. Dynamesh, SK trim. Change. And it doesn't have to be perfectly flat. I just find that it's a little cleaner process if this is kind of flat. Okay. And so we're going to take a look at it from the back. Going to get mask. Let's use that. That should be at 100%. And I'm just kind of running down the center here. I don't want to go over the edges. I want to leave the edges sort of out there. And you can see how this becomes simpler if this is smooth and not all Humpty Dumpty. Control. Right. So that's sticking out. Obviously, it's going into the armor, but it's going straight in. I'm just going to drag it down and in. Stop. Oh, local. And I'm just going to do that, and that sort of gives me a straight back edge there. And then that way, when we turn on these guys, you just want to make sure that that is going all the way through, right? And I'm just going to, because there's obviously other stuff in there. But I want all of this. Sort of drag it in so it's breaking the surface. And re-dynamesh this, obviously. And see, so the front, it looks. Move back. Oh, symmetries. Local symmetries.
That'll do it.
That's why it's being so weird. Right? And so anything that has airspace, and that means all this stuff, you have to bring it in. Like on this, I would probably I would break this up so you can actually take the face off. But we're just good. That part. Come in here, take inflate, fill this up. So there's, you know, so it's touching the head. We're going to turn the head on. And turn head on. We're going to flip head. Head double off. All right. Turn double off. Come back to your helmet. And so now you just want to inflate. Oh. So now you can see the inside of the head, right? Either use clade buildup or inflate and just scrub this in until it breaks that surface. Make sure to continue to smooth, because when you dynamesh this together, if this is super squirrely, you have good potential to blow up. Oh, back face masking is. So you just want to make sure that all of these surfaces are breaking that head surface. And obviously back face masking it. But get it into the surface. And then that way, when you have everything shown, you know, you can still have this like little scoop right here, but it's got to terminate pretty quick into that neck. Right? It can't go around. It's got to. Now I'm just doing it. Neck. You can do it either way. Doesn't matter. Because that can't be there. Right? You just get it back to where you're barely getting that in. And then, oh, it's sort of. I know I mangled the. But I would sort of just give these sort of the same texture, but you know, they're cutting in earlier. But if they're scooping, make sure the surface is sort of scooping with it. So at least, like, you know, if you're looking at it from there, it sort of looks like it's continuing around. Don't just be sloppy with it. And so you have to go through and do this for everything that has airspace. Now, like, let's say on the mask, right? Let's come back here. We're going to auto group the mask. We're going to go right here. You can just remember, all you have to do is make a shell, right? So turn on transparency. You can come in here. Mask. And the rest of that's closed. So we're going to take this one first, W. Stop. And what's that? No, create a clip. Drag it in, right? And then just kind of do it for each side. Redynamesh, you know, split this out, redynamesh. And you can come in and just W, drag it in, just so you're going through the head, right? And then when you dynamesh, as long as all of this is going through the head, it'll make one shell. That's why it's really when you know that you're trying to make something for print, as you're building this, you do this as you go along, and it's a much less daunting task than it is at this point where you're like, oh god, what am I doing? So, it's yeah, the mouth gets tricky too, and I think that's where um, to be deadly honest, I would fill it in because it's so small, right? No one is ever going to see it. I would just fill it in because you can't have airspace behind those teeth, and trying to get a mold that's going to do that, it's trust me, it's not worth it. The amount of failures you will have. Now, if you're printing all of these and you're not going to mold, then the mouth doesn't matter, right? Because a lot of the miniature companies are just printing. So a lot of this undercut stuff, if you're not going to mold, this isn't important, right? Now, getting the head and that stuff is important, but I would still fill some of the stuff in because your cleanup, if you just leave everything and go at it, your cleanup is going to take you 11 million years. So get this filled in, obviously Dynamesh, so you don't have the seam. And I would just sort of replicate the mouth, sort of doing this, right? Just get a little scoop in there. You may want to put like little tongue creases in it. But you can see I'm not deep at all. And if you want like a tongue detail, I would just come in here and just separate it out so it looks like it's going farther back and in, but it's not. Make sure they're separated, right? So that lip actually has, some thickness there. So if you look out here, it looks like there's a line there, but it's filled in. And then with the teeth, once again, just drag them straight back. And if you can, drag them straight back and make them a little wider. And then that way, your draft angle, it'll pull really easily. So it's just sort of now going through and when you're making it, it's a lot easier. Like when you do one shoulder, you're like, oh, well, I'm just going to, before I sculpt it, I'm just going to take Z-remesher, hit it, Q-mesh, drag it out, boop, done. Simple. Going at it from this point is a nightmare. But it's not a nightmare. It's just time consuming, And I would, before you blow it out of parts like this, I would do it in bigger sections, mask it out, just hit different areas, get them, and then pull them out as you're doing it. I think that that'll make it. Does that does that help at all? Oh yeah, no, I would never do it like this. I mean, I'd always wrap my head around because you have a lot of these in the basic forms, right? Let's come back here. When you did this, if I'm not mistaken, oh, these are dynamic. I'm assuming that you built these in ZModeler and then just drug them out, put them in. All you had to do is make them longer. Let's give it 2 direction. And then I think none. Let's take that piece. Mm. Mm. Uh-uh. Mm. Curve. Set. Paper. Mm. And then one. Change radius. It doesn't square. Okay, so there's your basic leg thing. So what I probably would have done is modeler, mesh, polyloop. Probably would have just made the a little bigger. So let's do it this way. Polyloop, yeah, not that. No. Okay, it's gonna be a pain. It's gonna do. Let's do it up here. I mean, these a little too close together. Have it? Okay. So now what we have is this return lip, right? I would make it bigger, but now, right, you can just come in here. You manage single poly, drag out. Drag, and just dynamesh them together. Or, at this point you could, have, depending. I wouldn't do it until later because, you still want to sculpt it and you still want to do stuff with it, blah, blah. But now that's going to penetrate the surface, right? So just get it close, get it in this stuff, and then you can join it after. But definitely keep it yeah. So you can see it's so much easier just to give it some depth at the end. Another thing, instead of doing it that way, you can always do it this way. I like this way, where you just mask this last bit here. W. I just bring this down and drag it. And now that is flat, and that'll penetrate to anything. And it keeps things cleaner. Then you can just come in with move. No, wrong move. Grab an edge, move, and you just cross them over. And now they have some depth. I wouldn't have the second line here. Insert. You know, make sure these aren't too deep. Because when you dynamesh them, I'd come back in and just inflate this to where you're only getting that lip right there. Another way of going about it, if you're here, these lines shouldn't be here. Oh. Oh. You have that lip. Nope. And now it's solid. You still have, like I said, these are too small, right? But you still have a little bit of return there. So when you're looking at it, you're going to see an edge. Like from the side here, you're going to see an edge. And then here again, you know, drag this down, drag it to flush. I'd pinch it in a little. And now you know that that is going to look like it has a lip. And it's solid. And it'll blend easier. Yeah, the lip. Just put a little lip on there. Like, I'd make it a little bigger than that. But that way, your eye etches that edge, and once that edge is there, it doesn't matter because it's going to be painted, and they're going to do like a black wash on it, so that fills in with dark. All it is black. It doesn't matter. Yeah. And these big solid pieces are going to boolean together much cleaner and much better. Because when you have to drag it down, it's all hairy, and you can have pieces that just blow up, and they're a pain in the butt. And you have to kind of do it 3 times, and then you have to re-dynamesh it, and then reproject it to the original part, and then dynamesh it, reproject. That's the other thing. When you do get to this point, you have your sculpting on it and everything right. So we've divided, turn smooth off for at least 2. There we go. Right. So we sort of have that round edge. You see the lip allows it to give us a little bit of separation and stuff there. It's sort of rounded at the bottom here. You've divided it up. You're all stoked. You have your sculpted. Woo, it's great. For miniature, it's probably not as big a deal. Just like that. I would duplicate this, dynamesh it. And in all reality, I would probably being weird. So now this is dynamesh. Control W, get everybody the same poly group. Knowing that I'm going to be attaching this, I would probably go ahead and start decimating this stuff. Take this, I'm just going to decimate it down to 1,000,000. And this way, I can start actually prepping for a final model. But you notice I'm duplicating them and then decimating them down to 1,000,000. Duplicate, decimate down to 1,000,000. And what that gives us, or duplicating and then decimating. What that gives us is our full resolution model, and then it gives us our decimated model. And why that's important is this, is, well, let it decimate it. And this is especially for miniature work where you need to decimate it down to, you know, a couple million polys total, so a printer won't choke it out. This is one of the most beautiful things in history. So we're down to 1 million polys. And let's come back to our original model. I'm going to hide this for a second. And let's take standard. I'm going to turn thick skin. Oh. Likewise. Okay. I'm going to divide this in. So we have plenty of clean geometry here. Okay, there we go. Because I don't want tessellated edges and or tessellated edges. So, you know, you have your thing and you spent a lot of time and you've put detail on each one of these, right? And this is tiny. All right, so you have detail. When you decimate this, you're going to lose a lot of this detail, right? Because we just went from 23 million polys down to 1 million polys. Here, let me put some. Little variation here. And then I'm also going to put little lines. So you can see that even at 23 million polys, this is tessellating, right? So now we go into finishing, right? This was already on this, so we're going to pretend that this was here. So now you do not have the resolution to put this extra fine detail into your model. So what do? Solution is come back to your full scale model, click Control, tap your orange block. Now that's your history, right? This is our history state, this high resolution 25 or 24 million poly model. We're going to come back to our decimated model, which is 1 million polys, right? And I'm just going to use project at first so you can see what you can get out of a 1 million poly model. I can't even get it to raise, right? That's because it doesn't need. Is that masked off when we decimate it? Yeah. Okay. No wonder it took so long to decimate. All right, let's try that one more time. Is everything unmasked? All right. Now we're going to decimate to 1 million. Like, what is going on? Sorry. Yeah, but what decimation is doing, it's actually based on a light reflection algorithm. And what it's doing is it's like, okay, to retain this detail, I need this much geometry in this space. So it's not just turning it into triangles, it's taking geometry and putting it where it needs it and removing it where it doesn't need it. So you'll see in a second. Yeah, and that's where decimating is a really powerful tool for being able to control the size of your model. Okay, so this is the original model, right? And it's pretty clearly a really fine mesh, right? Come on. I need to recalibrate. My pen's off. Now this is the decimated model. It did it again. That is super weird. But you can see that, oh, you know why? This one's actually flat. These are bent. So it takes less geometry to get that flat front. You can see that it started to bend there. So it literally put less geometry on this face because it didn't need it. As these bend, you need more geometry to retain the curve. So, and you can see here on these flat ends where it was flat. Yeah, see here? These are more flat, so they require less geometry. You get more geometry as you go around because it's bent. So that was right. Okay, so even now it's worse, right? This is all mangled. So what are we going to do? We're going to come over here. We're going to turn our original, and we're going to come here. Our original is our history state. Come back over here. What's lovely about this, and I'm going to turn this on just for a second because we do need to do this. So we're going to turn on our history brush, but we're going to do something magic. We're going to turn on our Sculptris Pro brush too. So our history brush now is scalable to brush size, right? Now, because this is a very uneven mesh, it'll work pretty cleanly with these, but because this is a weird uneven mesh, I'm going to come by, hold down Shift, turn, okay, hold down Shift, make sure backface masking isn't turning on because you want Sculptris Pro on. So I use smooth as laying in my base geometry. And so I'm going to come here and I'm just going to use smooth and I'm going to lay in geometry. Now, do you see those weird black triangles? That's what we're trying to avoid by doing this because this is uneven. Now I'll show you the difference real quick. Right? So now when I come in here, I'm going to not use smooth. I have history on. And let us turn this off so we can actually see it happening. And so it's taking that detail and I'm bringing it in as a history brush. Okay, so you can see I'm coming in here. And I'm preparing the mesh to take high detail. Now, right, we have it here. Now let me not do that for a second. I'm going to make my brush smaller. Thus in turn, I'm changing the mesh density. See the difference in the mesh density? And I'm going to come right over here and I'm going to try to find that little area. See how it's all squirrely and nasty? That's because Sculptris Pro works on the points, right? So as you can see here, there are no points right here, so I can't do it until I come up and hit the points. And see these triangles? They make these weird pool things. Look at how ugly that is, right? Where, if I come in here first, take my brush bigger, come in, get rid of the points, do an initial brush over, smooth out the weirdness, right? So now I'm going to make my brush smaller. I'm going to make my brush smaller. And I'm going to look at the original. And right, I didn't have the geometry to make these smooth. Beauty is I come right here, turn on Sculptress Pro, make sure turn on Standard Brush, make sure Sculptress Pro is turned on, and I can come in here and I can sculpt these in right here. And to have the whole model have enough geometry to make this work, now I can come in here and actually make this smaller, and I can do these tiny little scoops in here. And there's no way I had the geometry to support this much detail. Now what's super cool about this is you'll notice the more you do, the higher your poly count goes, right? But we're still only at 1.174. Let me grab the rake tool because it's tiny.
Before you get too much further along, they had a question. How did you copy the history over to the other project or to the other object?
So we're here. All I do is hit Control and tap this orange block and see how the white block is in there. White block is off. White block is in there. That's my history state. So now I just come over here and use my history brush, and it will bring everything over. Right? Now, you can have this turned on so you know exactly where you're doing it. But what is cool about history, as opposed to the projection brush, is if you're trying to work on something, you can turn it off and it's still going to bring it in because it's not projecting to what it sees, it's projecting to what it remembers. Right? And so now we're all there. I know that I want this to be super, super detailed. Did that answer the question? I'm going to come in here. Oh, now I'm doing rake because it does tiny, and it's going to build our mesh up really quick. Okay, so I'm coming in here and I want these tiny little lines, which you would never be able to get otherwise, right? Because at 25 million polys, it sure wasn't supporting that kind of detail. Now what's cool about this is, let's say this model has to be 1 million polys, right? Well, you do this, hit decimate. What's cool is it's now taking the new geometry into consideration, and when it decimates, it's going to try to retain this level of detail. So now, when it's starting to assign geometry in the redecimation process, it's now looking at what it has to do. So let's say this is, well, it's an extra 300,000 polys, right? Well, it's just going to pull polys from this flat plane and put them here. Boop. There you go. So now we've lost a little, but not a whole lot. So now we're like, okay, so now we're back at 1 million. Like, okay, so I really, really, really need this to be really, really, really detailed. I'm just going to make my brush smaller. And I'm going to come in here. And I'm going to make my brush smaller. Then I can come in here and make my brush smaller. And so once you have it, and now what's crazy, so kind of wrap your head around this. Those 10 lines took 37,000 polys, right? And how big is that? If that's a few microns, I'm going to be surprised, right? Okay, so we're going to go W, Y. So this is 5 microns across. So there's not a printer in the world. Well, that's not true. There are printers in the world that can do that. There's not a consumer or a prosumer printer on the planet that can do that. So, but I've only gone to 1,037,000. So think about this, 37,000 for those lines. Now, can you imagine how big your mesh would have to be to get the whole mesh high enough that you can come back and do this level of, high level detail? Now, what's nice about it is you're only going to do that on the places that are really obvious. Let's say you have a Phoenix shield on your miniature, right? You can get insanely detailed, and it'll retain that detail if you understand how to make it retainable in the print. But you can get things that are insanely detailed and a very printable size file. And once they introduced history to this, this is just the coolest thing in the universe. It's, I mean, for miniature making and stuff, this is just absolute incredible apex performance. It just doesn't get any better than this. And you sure aren't doing this in any other program. You know, I mean, I'm sculpting at 5 microns. Right? And in a demo I do, I can get it. It's all your brush settings and stuff, but I can sculpt my name in 1 micron high letters. I wouldn't, I mean, at this point, I would, like, if this is where you're at, you don't need to redecimate it, right? This is, let's reevaluate how big this is, right? You know, that's, right, we were putting lines inside this line right here. If you're at that detail, you don't need to touch it. It's already decimated, right? It's ready to go. Just check the mesh and go. Right, but you know, you got to figure that this is it's like that big. You're never going to see any of that. And that's the point. Get it to a good decimated thing, and then you can really bump up your detail where you need it and only where you need it. So I think, you know, if it's clean quad, I would just decimate it, right? You don't have to dynamesh it because this is a solid model. Where you would need to dynamesh it if you're pulling all that in and you want, or if you're taking this part and attaching it to the other part, you can, like, let's say now at this point we need to join all this stuff together. You have all these pieces, you can remesh by union And remesh by union doesn't rearrange the geometry. It's just bullying those forms together. The problem with that is that if they're not all roughly the same geometry, in the sense of, you know, each piece that you're putting in is roughly 1 million polys, or three, you know, even 1 to 3 million isn't that dramatic. But if you have something that's like 4 polys, you know, just your basic Z modeler model that's at low res, and you bring it into something that has, you know, 10 million polys, it'll do it, right? But the problem is when you have something that's that low poly and then that high poly, you get interlapping coplanar triangles often, because it has to, like, if there's one cube here and it's taking this and there are 1 million polys here, it's got to figure out how to get all of that to go to a point, right? This is important for you to understand. We're going to turn you into a sphere. Frame. W. Bye. Lower star. Put it up here. Okay. So, right, we're super happy and we really want a crisp star, right? We want it super simple. But we want this ball in the middle of it. And we have detail on the ball, so we don't want to change the geometry of the ball. Merge down. They need to be on the same subtool. And you can see the difference in geometry, right? So now for each one of these squares, it's got to resolve to one of these points. So we're going to remesh by union. Step. And see this right here? See how it's taking all of those and it's just taking it down to this point? The one thing that creating shells won't deal with is coplanar surfaces, right? So, and this is very simple, right? This is an easy resolution because we have very clear points. But let's check mesh integrity. If this is clean, I'll be shocked. Check mesh integrity. Oh, look, it's clean. Okay, so let us. Well, I think you get the point. Right, where if these are lines and there are 15 of these, you're much more likely to get one of these triangles overlapping. That's a coplanar surface. You cannot make a shell out of it. So if you have things that are radically different geometries, you can have a very hard time making them clean shells. So you would then take this model, dynamesh it, reproject it, and then decimate it. That would be the process. Does that make sense? Cool. And so when we were earlier talking about is mesh management important, it's insanely important for you know, making things where, because I mean, I'll be honest with you, there are some pieces that I've had where I have literally spent 8 hours trying to make it a shell. You try it one way, you decimate it this way, you did, and there's just something in there not working. So that's when I Z-remesh it. I Z-remesh it low. I subdivide it up. I project it 2, and then that usually solves the issue. That doesn't, you dynamesh that model, 99% of the time it'll change it. But sometimes, like there's a weird little thing back in the back, and you're like, ah, and it'll fail. The other place that you can really fail is when you are using Boolean features at all. Often you get a statement said Boolean feature was done, but there may be some errors. So what that is if you have a bumpy texture and you're going into a plane, you know, there are these areas, and it gets confused as to what is a shell. Okay, so 99.9% of the time it's going to make the shell, but some of this stuff in here, it's like, oh well, that's its own shell. So it leaves like these little itty bitty bits. So after I I don't always do it because I'm like, okay, you know, it's fine. But if you have something that's failing a lot, do this. Before you freak out and remesh everything and do everything, come in, auto group it, Control Shift and tap it, and then often what you'll see is the split hidden button come up, and then I just delete hidden, but to show people you hit split hidden, and what you'll see is that there are, usually it's around these intersections, there's just noise. If there's noise inside your shell, it's not a clean shell. The computer views those particles as things, they're like, no, there's stuff in there. It's not a clean shell. So often, all you have to do is that. And hold on, let's see. Duplicate. So now we're going to merge down. This might be too clean of an object, but okay, check mesh integrity. No. Yeah, that's a perfect object inside, so it doesn't understand it. But like you'll metal prices. Oh, it'll do it. I guess because it's a perfect object inside a perfect object, it is taking it as an object. But let's say that said can't do it because it's not an airtight shell. Auto group, tap, and you got to turn Gizmo off. It doesn't work with Gizmo. Auto group, Control Shift, tap. See how we have split hidden now? And now I'm just going to split hidden. Boop, and now you see that there was something inside. So if you're having a hard time getting a shell, and you shouldn't be, you're like, this isn't wacky, do that before you start remeshing. Righto? Cool. Yeah, no, that's the this right here is exactly why mesh management is important for printing. You know, if you're just doing it on your own, you know, who cares if you have to sit there and go through each part and do it and da-da-da, because you can, you know, if it's a thing of love, then whatever, you're going to spend as much time as you want. If you're trying to make money, and everything I try to teach is how to turn this into making money, and that is, how do you take ZBrush and turn it into a business by printing objects? If you waste 8 hours trying to resolve how to print one object, you just lost a work day trying to fix a model. That adds up, right? That's not a reasonable way to work. So you want to plan and evaluate the construction and process that you're building things, and then how you're going to get it all to be one shell, right? That's, you know, I see people who are doing beautiful sculptures, and, you know, your samurai's a beautiful sculpture, but it's a friggin' nightmare to make printable because of how it was built, right? And I know now, I think you have a better idea about how to go about it. And so you're going to think about how you deal with your models, you know. So that's really, it's key. It's really important. Right? Exactly. Yeah, without a question. Because you got to remember, you know, don't spend time on things you're not going to see. Don't load things you're not going to see up with geometry, you know. So it's, yeah, you'd be surprised how sloppy a lot of models actually are, or how miniatures. Buy, I don't have my visors. Buy some jewelry visors. Do you know what I'm talking about? And actually look at stuff, because you know, and that's why I always remove painting from all the models that you guys give me. You know, once you paint something, texture that someone's going to have to paint or sand off to get a nice surface, right? Now the chainmail, that's fine, right? That's chainmail, but I see a lot of people putting like, you know, gaming textures on things they want to print. In print, it turns out looking like sandpaper, you know. It very rarely works unless you have an exquisite printer, and even then, you know, nobody wants pores on their toys. Nobody. It's weird. It just gets dirty, you know. Yeah, just facets, you know, just make it sculptural. Because if you wind up like Citadel has a line of miniatures that I think are the Warhammer 40K stuff that are the Primarchs, and I think those go up as high as 65 mil. Like, you know, they're giants. I guess they're, you know, some of them are twice, 3 times 15 feet tall. So, you know, you're dealing with something that's 70 mil. And some of those Primarch models, I can't remember who does them. Like some of these are insanely detailed as far as it goes for miniatures because they're big, you know. But even some of these, I mean, you really look at the miniatures and there's really a picture of it. You know, this is painted, and so you're seeing a lot of detail that is painted on. It's not in the miniature. And these are some of the highest detailed miniature. I mean, you know, a miniature where you're seeing each individual skull tooth on a spike on a miniature, that's really tight detail, right? You know, that's only a few millimeters thick. So, you know, the amount of detail they're getting into these things, if you look at them unpainted, I think you'd be surprised at how little detail or how simple the detail is, right? Let's see if we can find. Give me some big old pictures. I mean, you can see there's a lot of detail there, but it's actually quite simplified. You know, they're not putting every line and every feather. They're putting the lines and the feathers as they go up and under, because when you paint them, it's going to make it darker and it's going to drop back behind the stuff. But, you know, even this, it's not speckly texture, it's chisely texture, because you got to figure each one of those little scoops is going to take a divot of paint. And, you know, it's, do they have this? I'm assuming. Right, but you can see how just putting very few marks on the wings are giving it that wing feel. I don't think that's necessarily the greatest paint job in the world, but I wish they showed you the model unpainted as well. And these are big. You know, I mean, these are big miniatures. No, I mean, okay, so no, they're Primarchs, so they're huge. Hold on, let me see if anybody in this one is actual scale. Like, often you see them with, here, let's see. I know there's the guy. So these guys, that's 32 mil there. This guy in front. So he's at least 65 mil. Right, they're like twice the size of a normal piece of battle armor. So it gives you an idea of scale there. That's your standard 32. So they have a lot more room to work with than a 32 mil. And you can see that they're not putting any of that surface texturing in, because they're trying to get rid of that crap. Yeah, the Primarchs are supposed to be monsters. $270 for a painted miniature. Well, some of these models are expensive. I mean, actually, look at how little detail is actually in the scales, right? The scales are just kind of implied. And yet again, there's that guy on the ground is a 32 mil, but he's stretched out. So yeah, he's probably standing 58. I mean, so much of that separation is paint. Right, you can actually see how simple the detail is, as far as, you know, no one's putting lines on those feathers or anything like that, right? You know, it's pretty. You just want enough, you know, you just want enough. This is where, I mean, this is where simple step layers work best. Because if we come in here and look at this, right? All that is is that it's very clear that those feathers are sitting behind one layer and it's in their steps going down. So those very tiny step detail, and you'll notice they're flat. They're not trying to make them anything. Keeping it flat and low, you're getting so much more detail out of it because they're nice, clean, reflective planes. If those were round and curved, all you'd get is one little edge highlight as opposed to a big flat highlight. So you can see when you start to get in the microscopic scales, it's actually better to have, instead of cool round surfaces, it's much better to have little tiny steps that the edges are flaring up because you're getting that reflection on that edge. But who cares what's down here, right? You just want the edging. So I think that's a pretty good example of the steps being a very successful detail that makes it look really detailed, but it's actually pretty simple forms. They're just very disciplined about keeping that step detail as opposed to, you know. And you also notice they're not cutting it in. They're nice flat planes. And once again, these are twice as big as your standard miniature, so you start to get half that size, and you have a lot less to work with. All right, miniatures.
Cheers.
Man, that's just... So the difference in... Never mind. Forget it. You don't need it. That ball is a demonstration on geometry. Right. And how Boolean intersections work. It's nothing interesting. All right. Any last quickie questions before we head out of here? Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, no. I'm not trying to hammer anyone. I'm just trying to solve problems. Cool. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad. See, you didn't have to be all scared. Yeah, if you want to. Oh, my toys aren't up. If you want to make toys, all my toys are in boxes still. I haven't unpacked them. Right on, right on. And yeah, I'd like to see the model after you prep it for print. I'd be interested in seeing what you did. All right. You can show me whatever you want. You can show me drawings. I don't care. I'm easy. I was well trained.
And it should probably still relate to ZBrush.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Whatever. Yes, considering this is Pixologic's channel, it probably should be a model. But yeah, no, as far as you know what I mean. Let's put it this way: if you're using a crappy drawing to generate a crappy model, I'll comment on the drawing. How's that? Okay, doke. Is that it? Oh no, do they want me to make furry miniatures? Is that what I was seeing there?
No, please.
No, please. Isn't that what werewolves are? No. All right. So, those of you on YouTube, if you like what you see, hit like, hit subscribe. It's really good for us. It's important for us. There should be a link coming up on here to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, which is my education platform. Henry, Eric, and Tony and I have created a lovely platform for everyone. And right now it's crushed under the umbrella of jewelry. But as you can see, because everything we've talked about is what I teach in the program. It's just about jewelry manufacturing right now. But we'll eventually get to miniatures and the such. Because they're all the same techniques. If you're trying to print something, I mean, if you look at my stuff, I've printed tables and chairs and lamps and all kinds of weird stuff. And it's all the exact same thing. You know, you just change the scale and that's it. But if you understand how to produce and think about models that are going to be for manufacturing, it's a different mindset of thinking about models. So come join us over there. Join our Discord. That'll give you a little bit of insight to our community, and it's cool. If you don't have Pixologic, or if you don't have ZBrush, get it. Because you sure can't do history brushes in Blender. Oh, check out the summit and sign up for the Sculpt Off.
Awesome.
That thing you do this at, the Sculpt Off. And let's see. Am I forgetting anything?
I think you covered it.
All right. Awesome sauce. I hope everyone had a good evening or a good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. And we will be back next week. Same place, same bat channel, same bat time. Oh, no, that's week after next, isn't it? Like,
A week after next.
yeah. Week after next, we'll be in Vegas. I don't know if we're going to be able to figure out a way to stream from there, but
Nope. That would be a long day.
right. Well, I was thinking more at a different time slot, but
Nope.
yeah, no. All right, kind and gentle folk. I will see you next week. Be safe. Let's say, yeah. Right. So now here's my struggle to find the stop streaming button. Have a great one.